Hey folks, it's Cody Stoffer with Playmakers Corner, here to tell you about Code Red coaching. Competing in athletics means you've lifted the weights, you've watched film, and you've got the passion. Problem is, that's what everyone else in the state has done. Perfect your game by honing in on your mental performance with Code Red coaching. Whether you are a team or an individual, Code Red coaching has the tools to create mentally solid habits and set up you or your team for success. Find Code Red coaching at coderedcoaching.com or call 720-979-1914 to learn more today. That's coderedcoaching.com or 720-979-1914 today. Now back to the show.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? This is Phoenix Barons here to give the 1A Week 6 recap for Playmakers Corner. We got a couple days of games to get through, so why don't we get into it as we kick off conference competition. Before we get into it, some teams have not posted stats and some are very limited. So as of this recording, October 6th, we're working with what we have on this day. Starting off Thursday, October 3rd, we had a couple games in 1A, starting off with Colorado Springs Christian at Dolores Huerta Prep. And man, Colorado Springs Christian, they really came to play. This was just an absolutely dominating game from top to bottom. It was just not even a matchup at this point. It was really just Colorado Springs Christian coming into Dolores Huerta Prep's house and delivering it big time performances from number 7, Jace Velasquez, the senior, who had 11 completions in 16 attempts for 148 yards and 4 touchdowns, as well as having his lone carry for 15 yards. Also some solid run game from number 40, Daniel Hoggard, the junior, who had 9 carries for 174 yards and 3 touchdowns. And an incredible performance from number 1, Mikey Orawik. I hope I'm saying that right. The junior, who had 4 receptions for 47 yards and 3 touchdowns. But it was also the punt return game where he delivered, having 2 punt returns that combined for 83 yards, but having an 81-yard punt return touchdown to completely obliterate the Scorpions. Colorado Springs Christian comes away with the win, 76-0. And moving on to a game that was looking to be competitive on paper. 2 top teams in 1A that have been really solid competitors, especially when they show up in the playoffs. But it was just a dominating performance from Ray as they went into Holyoke's house this time around. And Ray made sure they came away with the win and wanted to send the message that they are the top team in 1A football right now. A dominating performance, defeating Holyoke 49-7, thanks in part to top players including number 1, Casey Midcap, the senior, who was 4 for 5 for 106 yards and 3 touchdowns, but it was on the ground where he also delivered, having 6 carries for 74 yards and 2 touchdowns. Also big time performances from number 3, Samuel Meisner, the senior, who had 9 carries for 166 yards and 2 touchdowns. 2 receptions for 49 yards and a touchdown. And a defensive effort cannot be understated in this one, as number 58, Brody Riggleman, the junior, had 8 total tackles, 2 of which were for a loss, and 1.5 sacks. It was just a dominating performance from Ray as they got the win over Holyoke. And that does it for the Thursday games. Moving on to Friday, October 4th, Platte Canyon at Denver Christian. A little bit of a close game. Now, neither team really uploaded stats, but there is a score tracker to kind of keep track of what exactly happened in this game. And it was a solid back and forth. It started off with Platte Canyon scoring 6-0, keeping the game 6-0 against Denver Christian. Failed on the 2-point conversion. Denver Christian then answered back with a touchdown of their own and was able to get the 2-point conversion, having the lead for some time. But then Platte Canyon managed to get a safety before the quarter ended, tying the game up at 8. Platte Canyon, then they decided to turn up the gas and got a rushing touchdown and converted on the 2-point conversion, following it up with just one more, as well as converting on the 2-point conversion in that one to seal it out at halftime, 24-8. And then it was really just a trying effort from Denver Christian in the third quarter. Trenton Steves getting a 61-yard rushing touchdown against Platte Canyon, and also getting the 2-point conversion to cut the lead down to 8. But Platte Canyon was not going to let them score and get away with it, as they also got a touchdown for themselves, but didn't convert on the 2-point. And Trent Steves, once again, 65-yard rushing touchdown to keep this game close, getting that 2-point conversion as well. And at the end of the third, it was 30-24, but Platte Canyon was able to come away with the win, getting one more touchdown over Denver Christian. Trent Steves was able to get one more touchdown in on a completion to Quinn Barkama for a touchdown, but it was just not enough, as Platte Canyon was able to seal the win, getting it into Denver Christian's territory and closing this game out. Platte Canyon came away with the win 36-30. Moving on, center at Monte Vista. Monte Vista, very similar to Colorado Springs Christian at Dolores Huerta Prep, except it was Monte Vista that was the home team dominating big time in this huge blowout. They got the win over center 79-0. They almost put up 80 against this team. Number 25, Nahemias Sandoval, the freshman, dominating on the ground, having 5 carries for 173 yards and 3 touchdowns. Also a dominating rushing performance from number 45, Jacob Pacheco, the senior, who had 3 carries for 74 yards as well as 2 touchdowns. But can't forget number 3, Caden Madrid, the senior, who was playing as quarterback for this one. 1 completion in 2 passes, had 70 yards and 1 touchdown, as well as 3 carries for 23 yards and a touchdown. The lone reception being caught by number 4, Alex Marquez, the senior, for that touchdown. And he also had a fumble return for a touchdown on defense, so a solid performance from Marquez. And also, it was a big-time performance from number 1, Azariah Hurtado, the junior. 76-yard kickoff return touchdown, as well as having an interception on defense. It just seemed like no matter what Monte Vista could do, they were just destroying center. They did pretty much whatever they wanted and got the win at home. Ignacio at Centauri. Now, unfortunately, as of this recording, neither team has uploaded any stats nor a score tracker, so can't really say for certain how this team performed. But Ignacio was going into Centauri's house. They knew the challenge that was in front of them, and Centauri still establishing themselves as one of the top teams in 1A football right now, and it was easy for them. They got the 40-point win, getting the win over Ignacio, 53-13. North Fork at Olaf. Olaf had a pretty decent start to their season, but now they're heading into conference play, and it was going to get a lot harder, and North Fork, they made it incredibly difficult for them and was able to come away with a big-time win to start off conference play in Western Slope. North Fork's number 6, Braden Flores, the junior, 3 for 7 for 57 yards and 1 touchdown, but it was on the ground where he delivered the most. 10 carries for 97 yards, and a big shout out to number 22, Joe Hollenbeek, the junior, who had 25 carries for 157 yards and a touchdown, and also had a reception for 16 yards, as well as that touchdown that Braden Flores threw. Also some solid performances from number 3, Mazden Balco, the junior, who had 5 carries for 36 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. And also on defense, they delivered in a big way. Number 24, Skylar Anderson, the senior, having 13 tackles, 10 of which were solo tackles, no help needed. 2 tackles for a loss, including 1 sack. North Fork goes into Ola's house and gets the 35-7 win. Rye at Peyton. Now, unfortunately, no stats from Rye, but Peyton got the shutout and got the job done. And all in thanks to number 5, Noah Martin, the senior. What a day from him. 10 for 14 for 134 yards and 1 touchdown. But it was on the ground that he absolutely put the dagger in Rye. 11 carries for 186 yards and 4 touchdowns. A solid performance from him. But he wasn't done. 2 interceptions combined for 78 yards on returns, as well as forcing a fumble on defense. Noah Martin was everywhere. He absolutely single-handedly took down this Rye team. This was a solid performance from Peyton, and there'll be a team to look out for in 1A. Grand Valley at Roaring Fork. Both teams did put in stats, but Roaring Fork didn't really put their entire stats in, so we're kind of just going off of what we know right now. But it was still a close game between the two teams, a solid performance from both sides, and Grand Valley was able to go in on the road and get the win against Roaring Fork. A close matchup and just a very gritty effort from Grand Valley to come away with the win. Grand Valley's number 13, Andrew Horner, the senior, 4 for 7 for 43 yards and 1 touchdown, as well as getting 8 carries for 50 yards. And number 2, Trey Teeter, the junior, having that lone reception for a touchdown for 21 yards. Also, big performance from number 6, Mason Shopner, the senior. 18 carries for 144 yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as having his 2 receptions for 9 yards. Roaring Fork also had a pretty solid performance from number 11, Donnie Reed, the junior, who had 17 carries for 124 yards, but it was just not enough as Roaring Fork comes up short to Grand Valley, 23-20. Yuma at Burlington. This is going to be a good one. Burlington, unfortunately, was not able to upload stats at the time of this recording, but Yuma, they were coming off of a good win, and they really needed this one on the road. It was a long travel for them going down to Burlington, basically going to Kansas, and it was a good effort from them. Number 1, Jonathan Thompson, the senior. He dominated on the ground with 26 carries for 133 yards and 2 touchdowns, but through the air, it was just not his day. No completions in 8 attempts and having 1 interception. It was tough. He did also perform well on kickoff returns, having 102 yards of total returns in 4 attempts, 30 being his longest, but he was trying. But Burlington was able to close out Yuma at home and get the 20-12 win. Prospect Ridge Academy at Forge Christian. Forge Christian, they're a team to look out for in 1A, and they've been trying to make a statement, and they've done a really good job so far this season, and it continues as they hosted Prospect Ridge Academy. Solid performance from Prospect Ridge Academy, especially number 40, Machoan Puga, the senior, who had 12 carries for 20 yards and the team's lone touchdown, as well as having a sack on defense, so he contributed on both sides in a big way. But Forge, they were going to get the job done at home, and all thanks to the main dog, number 15, Sullivan Strange, the senior. Only 2 completions in 7 attempts, but for 72 yards and a touchdown, he still was able to get some points on the board, as well as having 4 carries for 64 yards and 2 touchdowns. And who could forget number 11, Dante Visual, the senior. 2 carries for 99 yards and a touchdown, as well as having that 1 reception for 55 yards and a touchdown. And also, he threw the ball once. We've seen in past games him throwing the ball sometimes on big plays and getting a touchdown, but just 1 yard on this one. Number 3, Quentin Torres, the junior, also had a big game for him. 2 punt returns combined for 55 yards, but it was all because of that 50-yard punt return touchdown to really put it out of reach. Forge Christian gets the win at home against Prospect Ridge Academy, 48-6. Jefferson at the Pinnacle. No stats, unfortunately, from the Pinnacle, but it was a dominating performance from Jefferson. They played very well in the Pinnacle, and we love to see those inner city matchups. A huge performance from number 11, Demetrius Martinez, the senior. Had a stellar game at quarterback, 18 for 22 for 301 yards and 3 touchdowns. It was a great day for him. He also delivered on the ground as well. 14 carries for 154 yards and 1 touchdown. He wasn't done because on defense it seemed like he was everywhere there. 16 tackles combined with his 5 solo and 11 assisted, as well as having 1 interception. It just seemed like he was just doing everything right out there. And he had a good group of guys around him. Number 8, Giano Gomez, the sophomore, having 7 carries for 47 yards. But he was Demetrius Martinez's favorite target. 7 receptions for 82 yards, as well as 1 touchdown. Also a pretty solid performance from number 77, Ricky Martinez, the junior. 3 carries for 7 yards and 5 receptions for 98 yards, leading the team in receiving. Also a big-time performance from number 13, Jacob Baellos, the junior. 2 receptions for 63 yards, as well as a touchdown. And on defense, getting 9 tackles and 1 interception. And man, it just seemed like everybody was having a treat. Everybody was scoring. Number 24, Maximus Martinez Aguirre, the junior, who had 4 receptions for 58 yards and 1 touchdown. And on defense, it was a big performance from them as well. 5 sacks from this defense, and led by number 61, Sean Wilburn, the senior, who had 15 total tackles, as well as contributing on one of those sacks, and getting a turnover, big time turnover, a forced fumble, and the fumble recovery. Also, shout out to number 73, Enzo Hernandez, the junior, who had 17 total tackles, and 2 of which were for a loss, as well as contributing in the sack department with a sack of his own. It was a dominating game from Jefferson as they got the win over the Pinnacle, 32-19. Moving on, Manual at Highland. Now, no stats from Highland, but they did get the job done at home. Manual had a bit of a travel up to Alt, and it was just not their day today, as Highland came away with a win, 46-8. Meeker hosting Cedar Edge, and no stats from Cedar Edge, but Meeker, they were back in the driver's seat. They had a tough first couple games, and then they've been winning it out for a couple, and now they're on a bit of a winning streak. So Meeker, big time performances from Cade Mills, the sophomore, who was 6 of 8 for 113 yards and a touchdown, as well as having 7 carries for 28 yards and a touchdown. Also, huge performance from number 32, Cade Blunt, the senior. Almost feels like the leader of this team, having 19 carries for 137 yards and 2 touchdowns, having his one pass go for 35 yards and a touchdown. And on defense, 16 tackles, 4 of which solo, 12 assisted, helping out his teammates, and 1 tackle for a loss. And in the receiving game, it was a big game for number 22, Clay Crawford, the senior. 4 receptions for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also got a couple carries for 6 yards, but got a touchdown on that as well, so he contributed on 3 of the team's touchdowns. Meeker gets the win at home to kick off conference play, 48-13. Wiggins at Lyman. Now, this was going to be a big game for a lot of reasons. Wiggins has a lot of good wins under their belts. They were able to go down to Meeker and get a win against them, and they put up a good fight against a lot of other 1A teams. And now they had a big challenge in front of them, Lyman. Lyman is a team that doesn't normally lose. I mean, they've been state champions a handful of times in the last few years. This is a good program, and it was going to be a big matchup between the Tigers and the Badgers. And the Lyman, they struggled a little bit at home, being held to just 21 points. That's not something you usually see out of Lyman, and Wiggins did a really good job of holding them down. Good performances from number 4, Jason Loosberg, the senior, had 20 carries for 113 yards and 2 touchdowns. And also number 6, Marcus Steinbar, 6 receptions for 117 yards, able to move the ball. And their quarterback, number 5, J.R. Meyer, the senior, 7 for 15 and 121 yards. But those crucial 2 interceptions were the real difference makers in this game. Lyman, thanks to performances from number 3, Aiden Coleth, the junior, 7 for 11, 53 yards and a touchdown, as well as also getting it done on the ground, 8 carries for 73 yards and a touchdown, and having that 1 touchdown go to number 80, Carlos Nunez, the sophomore, for 11 yards. It was a good performance from Lyman. Number 21, Jacob Jocklick, the junior, 7 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown. And on defense, big performance from number 12, Skylar McCready, as not only did he get 12 carries for 38 yards on offense, he was also responsible for one of those interceptions, as Lyman are able to hold off Wiggins 21-19. Good matchup from those two. Moving on, Estes Park at Platte Valley. Now, there aren't really any stats for this one, which really bums me out because this was a big game, and a big game for Platte Valley. Platte Valley really needed a big win. They've had some tough losses to Burlington, Strasburg. They really needed something. They really needed to light a fire for this team, and they exploded in a big way, hosting Estes Park. Estes Park traveling all the way to Kersey. It was going to be a tough environment for them to play in, and it showed, because Platte Valley came away with a big win against Estes Park, 63-6. And finally, to close out the Friday games, Trinidad at Del Norte, which ended up being a forfeit for Del Norte. I think this is their fourth forfeit in a row now, which is really disappointing. They played the one game against Olith, and I'm not sure if just Olith beat them so bad that they just destroyed their program. I'm not exactly sure, and I hate to say it like that because I don't know personally, but really unfortunate what's going on with Del Norte as Trinidad gets the win by forfeit. And now we're moving on to Saturday. There was the lone 1A game this Saturday, October 5th, as Ellicott was going to Buena Vista. Buena Vista had a couple back-to-back tough losses to some really good teams. They lost to Centauri at home, and then they went into Lyman and also lost. Buena Vista, they're really struggling right now. They had some bad losses and really needed to boost them back into the ranks, and what a win for them as they were able to dominate Ellicott in their house. 61-0 in a tremendous shutout. Number 16, Eli Shooknecht, the junior, 5 carries for 50 yards and a touchdown, as well as having 1 reception for 53 yards and a touchdown. But on defense, he also delivered, having a blocked punt, 3 tackles and a tackle for a loss. He was a stud out there. Number 21, Tucker Montoya, the junior, 1 carry for just 70 yards and a touchdown, as well as having 1 reception for 46 yards. But it was the fumble return touchdown on defense is where he also scored big. And finally, number 15, Mac Bigley, the senior, 2 interceptions, including 1 ending up being a pick 6. It just seemed like Buena Vista couldn't do anything wrong. Defense, they were locked down. Offense, they were scoring, and they proved it big time. And what a win for them. And that'll close out the recap for all of the Week 6 games. And now to finally close it out, we have Playmaker of the Week. I got 4 nominees right now based off of their performance and based off of how I pick my Playmaker of the Week every week. It's a player that not only does well on one side of the ball, but they do it on all sides of the ball. And they're able to score, make big plays. So for my nominees, I got Jefferson's number 11, Demetrius Martinez, the senior, who had 18 completions in 22 attempts in 301 yards and 3 touchdowns, as well as having 14 carries for 154 yards and 1 touchdown, as well as his performance on defense, 16 tackles, 5 solo, 11 assisted, and 1 interception in their win against the Pinnacle. I also have Peyton's number 5, Noah Martin, the senior, 10 for 14 for 134 yards and a touchdown, as well as having 11 carries for 186 yards and 4 touchdowns. And on defense, 2 interceptions and a forced fumble, creating 3 turnovers while also scoring 5 touchdowns is crazy. Big performance from him in their win over Rye. Ray's number 1, Casey Midcap, the senior, 4 for 5 for 106 yards and 3 touchdowns, 6 carries for 74 yards and 2 touchdowns. He was able to get it done through the air, on the ground, for 5 total touchdowns in Ray's blowout win against Holyoke. He had a great performance. And finally, Colorado Springs Christians, number 1, Mikey Orawik, the junior, who had 4 receptions for 47 yards and 3 touchdowns, and also getting it done on the punt return game, 2 punt returns for 83 yards total, but the one going for 81 yards to the house. He's definitely my candidate for Playmaker of the Week. And so my selection for Playmaker of the Week in 1A for Week 6, this is tough. It's tough because it's a real toss-up between Demetrius Martinez and Noah Martin, but I'm going to have to give it to Peyton's number 5, Noah Martin, the senior. 5 touchdowns and creating 3 turnovers. That's a playmaker. I mean, that's huge. Big shout out though to Demetrius Martinez. Uh, I hope he does become another cannon in the future. And if he keeps this up consistently, he will definitely be a playmaker of the week because that is a solid performance from him as well. But can't argue with 5 touchdowns and 3 turnovers. He was a dog. So congratulations to Noah Martin out of Peyton. And that'll do it for me in my 1A Week 6 recap. And I will see you all next week. Thank you all for listening.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to Playmakers Corner. This is Gideon once again, finally back on the 2A classification, recapping this past week, Week 6, in 2A Colorado football. And let me tell y'all, it was a pretty good week. We had a lot of games here, not very many upsets, but we did have some fun games, some teams that confirmed that they are contenders, and some teams with some good bounce-back wins. So, weirdly enough, we only have one game each on Thursday and Saturday, which is actually the opposite of usual, so that's going to be fun to go over. But for now, let's start off with these Thursday games, or game singular, which was between the Davelin Jaguars and the Alameda Pirates. We do not have player stats for this one yet, but what we do know is that these two teams went into the second quarter tied at 0 before Davelin would score in the second quarter to lead 7-0 at half. In the third, Davelin would score 21 unanswered points before the fourth frame would have a 14-6 scoring differential for the Jaguars, leaving Davelin winning this game 42-6 against Alameda. That is the only game for Thursday, which is kind of interesting. Next up, though, we are going to start our Friday games, beginning with the Alamosa Mean Moose defeating the Bayfield Wolverines 23-14. Alamosa would force a safety in the first quarter of this one before scoring 14 points in the third quarter, 7 in the second, to win this 23-14. Bayfield scoring all 14 of their points in the second quarter. We don't have stats for Alamosa yet, but for Bayfield, Cole McWhirter, the sophomore, 13 for 20 for 145 pass yards and 2 touchdowns to 1 pick. Logan Valencia, 67 rushing yards in this game with a long of 35. Lincoln Williams, 83 receiving yards and touchdown, while Caden Whitty would have 55 receiving yards and a score. After that, Valencia would have 12 tackles, Williams would have 10, Austin Wilmer would come out of this with 8, while Mr. Williams, Brody Leventour, and Kalen Ramos would each have 6. In terms of socks, Leventour, Whitty, and Westbrook all had 1, while Whitty also had a pick on defense. All around, pretty good game here. Williams with a conversion in this matchup. And all around, I do think that Bayfield had a chance to win this game. At a point, they were up 14-9 at half. But all around, I believe this is the first time in a while that Alamosa has won this game in the league, at least. So, good win here from Alamosa. We're going to have to see how the rest of their season shapes up. But all around, that's that for the Mean Moose and Bayfield. Next up is Aspen facing off against the Middle Park Panthers. The Skiers coming out on top of this one 40-2, which is kind of interesting. 33 points for Aspen in the first quarter, 7 in the second, and then Middle Park would get that safety in the fourth quarter. No stats for Middle Park yet, but looking at it for Aspen, Brett Eggleston, 7 for 9 passing for 101 yards, 2 touchdowns to 1 pick. Dylan Micah, 116 yards on 5 carries and 2 touchdowns. Those are some Ashton Jeanty numbers right there. After that, though, we have Andrew Palmaz with 54 rush yards, Landon Thurber with 1 carry for 25 yards and a touchdown, and then Eggleston 1 carry for 1 yard and a touchdown. Through the air, Henry Hurd 4 receptions for 51 yards and a score. while Micah had 1 catch for 42 yards and a touchdown as well. Alex Schlesinger Hall would have 7 total tackles, while Palmaz would have 6. Thurber and Carter Kuhlman would each have 5, and then Thurber, Smart, and Samuel Weber would each have a pick in this game. Schlesinger Hall would also have a blocked punt and a fumble recovery for 35 yards in this matchup, while Thurber would have 45 kick return yards. And this was just a very good game here from Aspen. Middle Park, they're not doing very well this season all around. They are 1-4 now in 2A. It's just a tough year for them. And Aspen is having a pretty good season, so good game for you there, Aspen. After that, though, is Pagosa Springs defeating the Salida Spartans 35-20. No stats for this one yet, but what we do have is both teams were tied at 0 heading into the second quarter, and then Pagosa would lead 7-6 at halftime. Pagosa would then end up leading 15-12 heading into the fourth quarter, and would score 20 points to Salida's 8 in that fourth quarter to prevail 35-20 in this matchup. Next up, Wellington would lose to Berthoud 6-14 without Tanner Gray, which is pretty interesting. Berthoud would score in the first and third quarter 7 points each, and then in the second, Wellington would score those 6. But all around, pretty good defense here from the Eagles. Starting with Wellington, backup quarterback Eli Lavelle would go 3 for 9 for 22 yards passing. Cash Alchfager would have 15 carries for 98 yards, while Kyle Kistner would have 12 carries for 37 yards and a touchdown here. And on defense, the leader is going to be Ethan Thurnes, 12 total tackles with 3 for loss. Seamus Pike, 7 solo for 10 total. Tyler Schaefer and Ian Allison each with 9 tackles. Matt Brown with 7, and Ezra Batjargle with 5. In terms of other defensive statistics, Pike would force a fumble, which was recovered by Trey Trujillo. Kason Brown and Schaefer would each have a pass deflection in this matchup. And Ian Allison would have 26 kick return yards, and Seth Long had 230 punt yards in this game. For Berthoud, Skylar Stryker, 7 for 15 passing for 64 yards, which is very odd. The Wellington secondary shut him down. Rushing, though, Cole Bialek, 83 yards and a touchdown, and Jaden Michaelis with 43 rush yards on 1 carry for a touchdown there. On defense, Benjamin Schroeder was the leading tackler with 11 and 2 for loss. Sam Smith, Mr. Hoffmeister, and Sean Barajas each had 10 tackles, while Cade Anderson, David Pelfrey, and Cole Bialek each had 9 and 8. Just all-around good game here. Hoffmeister, Barajas, and Ben Schroeder each had a sack in this game, and Schroeder had 2 forced fumbles here to go with his 140 kickoff yards. And all-around, just great game here by Berthoud. And Wellington, without Tanner Gray, still a good performance, but this league is a true test, and up against University next week, they're going to have to deal with Brevin Doss. So we'll see how Wellington is feeling heading into that next week and playoffs. After that, though, we have Woodland Park defeating Banning Lewis 43-7 here. For Banning Lewis, Sam Early, 7 for 12 passing for 137 yards, 1 touchdown to 3 picks. Early was also the rushing leader with 17 yards. And, I'm looking at the last guy in rushing yards, who was a freshman, who had negative 32 rushing yards. So, interesting. After that, on defense, first of all, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I want to send warm wishes out to Jordan Jones. I feel bad that I saw that Woodland Park posted something about him being hurt in this matchup, so best wishes to Jones. I hope that you recover soon from whatever it is. He had 16 total tackles in this game and was the leader for Banning Lewis and is a huge part of that defense. So best wishes to you, Jordan. After him, though, is Chase Reel, 12 tackles and 1 for loss. Cam Leggett had 10 tackles and 1.5 for loss. Mason Antisdale with 6 along with Dylan Skinner. And then Isaiah Gomez and Mackay Hart along with Logan Riorda would each have 5 tackles. Leggett would force a fumble, which was recovered by Jones. And all around, those are the major stats for Banning Lewis. For Woodland Park, Marcus Schoenberger would have 7 for 13 for 94 yards and a touchdown, while Wyatt Stimmitz would go 2 for 2 for 54 yards and a touchdown. Schoenberger would have 74 rushing yards as well for 1 score, while Aiden Hood would have 52, and 2 other players, Trey Reed and Ben Summerall, would score. Through the air, Spencer Cross was the leader with 54 yards and 1 touchdown. Parker Shreve was second with 53 yards and a score as well. And on defense, Mateo Pizarro, 11 total tackles with 4 for loss. Mr. Gakis with 9 tackles, 2 for loss. Aiden Hood with 6, and then Parker Shreve and Chance Hancock each with 5. In terms of sacks, Pizarro with 2 in this game, Gakis with 1, and then Gabe Marquez with 1 pick, while Nate Summerall had 2 interceptions in this game, which is honestly kind of wild if you think about it. Also, just good game all around here from Woodland Park to defeat the Banning Lewis Prep Academy Stallions. Next, though, we have Denver West defeating the Mitchell Marauders 42-0. All around good game here from Denver West. Giovanni Flores 0 for 2 passing, but Jesus Acevedo would have 169 rushing yards with 2 touchdowns. Jose Valencia would have 71 rush yards and 2 scores. King Stansel, I believe the transfer, had 42 rushing yards and a score. Robert Whitkey would have 38 rushing yards. And then on defense, the leader was Aries Yuang with 7 tackles and 4 for loss. King Stansel would have 6, along with Jeray Jones. Joshua Montoya and Jose Valencia each had 5. And in terms of sacks, the leader was Jones with 1. Jorge Chavez also had a sack, while Yuang and Kaheem Heath would share 1. Robert Whitkey would have 2 picks overall in this game, and this was just a dominant performance by Denver West. Whitkey would also have 2 conversions, while Valencia would have 1. Mitchell, I feel bad for them. I'm glad that they have a program again, but I'm just not sure that this is the right time for that, and they might need a little while longer. Their next good chance at a win is going to be against Lincoln on the 24th, but I unfortunately am not holding my breath. After that, we have Montezuma Cortez facing off with Gunnison. Montezuma Cortez would win this one 54-26. No stats yet. Also, stats are as of October the 6th at 12:28 p.m. So if you don't have your stats in by then, that is unfortunate, but nothing we can do. Next up, though, we have Weld Central defeating the Fort Lupton Blue Devils 36-15. This one was tied at halftime 8-8, but then in the second half, Weld Central started the third quarter outscoring Fort Lupton 12-7. That leaves it at, I believe, 22-7 at the end of the third, but then Weld Central would score 16 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to win it. We have no stats for Weld Central yet, but for Fort Lupton, Josiah Gonzalez, 7 for 20 passing for 72 yards and a pick. Royce Guerrero, 6 for 6 for 44 yards. That makes me think that Guerrero must have gotten hurt at some point during this game, because there's no reason you take out a 6 for 6 passer unless there was an injury. Mr. Galicia was the leading rusher with 108 yards in this game. Guerrero, -5 yards in this one, which catches my eye. In terms of defense, Mr. Bushman was the leader with 8 tackles. Dylan Alvarado with, I had 5. And then in terms of picks, Abraham Lujan was the leader there with 1. All around, I'm just not fully sure what happened here. I mean, Dante Lennox might be somebody to keep an eye on. He had 108 kick return yards, which, now that I think about it, the longest 95, that's probably where one of those touchdowns came from. Kickoff return touchdown there from him, while Galicia had the other one rushing. But this is going to be the Royce Guerrero situation. That's going to be something to keep an eye on moving forward if he did potentially get injured in this game. After that, though, we do have Resurrection Christian versus Valley. The Cougars would end up topping the Vikings 41-7. No scoring in the first quarter, but Res Christian would score 21 unanswered points in the second and never look back from that point. No stats from Valley as of yet, but for Res Christian, Jackson Pazanka would go 3 for 6 passing for 77 yards, 2 touchdowns. Rushing-wise, Hunter Hansen would be the leader with 160 yards, but Zonka would have 152 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns in this game, while Britton Walston would have 69 rushing yards and 2 scores. Receiving, the leader would be Walston as well, 2 catches for 39 yards. And then on defense, the leader was Bo Gindel, 11 tackles with 1 for loss. Tobin Prebish with 7 and 3 for loss. Ethan Carter, Cody Gooch each have 6 tackles, and Sanka would have 5, with 2 of those being for loss. No sacks in this one, but Ethan Carter would recover a fumble. Deacon Whirling would have 7 kickoffs for 400 yards with 4 touchbacks. And then that is the majority of it. Deacon Whirling also 5 for 5 on PATs, but good game here from Res Christian and Jackson Zonka in particular to get the win over Valley. After that, we have the Academy Wildcats falling to the Sterling Tigers 33-10. Sterling would score 26 in the first half, and while the Academy would score 10 in the third quarter and Sterling would score 7, that is the only quarter in which the Academy outscored the Tigers. We don't have stats for Sterling yet, but for the Academy, Jace Farmer, 11 for 22 passing for 151 yards, no touchdowns to 2 picks. Jacob Arsberger, 75 rushing yards and 1 touchdown. Heath Allen was the leader in the air with 7 receptions for 95 yards. On defense, Mr. Grotkin had 12 tackles, with 4 of them being for loss. Arsberger would have 7 with 3 for loss. And in terms of other stats, Arsberger would have a fumble recovery for 18 overall yards. Arsberger would have 1 touchdown, and then Aiden Austin 1 for 1 on PATs and 1 for 1 on a 33-yard field goal. Giving him 4 points in this game overall. So, not a great game by the Academy, but certainly held in there against Sterling, better than some teams have this season. After that, we have Basalt for the first time since 2018 defeating the Delta Panthers, beating the Panthers 30-14. At halftime, Basalt would only carry a 2-point lead, 16-14, but then Basalt would score in each of the 2 quarters, 7 points in the third and in the fourth, to make it 30-14 in this game for the Longhorns. Mr. Schneider, the quarterback, 2 for 6 passing for 16 yards. Will Tarallo with 28 carries for 194 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground. William Daniel, 20 carries for 97 rushing yards and 1 touchdown on the ground. After that, William Daniel, 10 total tackles in this game, and then Dylan Johnston, Parker Sims, and Connor Ants, each with 5 tackles. And then Tarallo had 3 on his own, while Taylor Hayes had 2. In terms of picks, Tarallo and Hayes each had 1. Tarallo returning that for 13 yards, and Hayes returning his for 26. as Rollo did have a pass deflection in this game, while Dylan Johnston had a fumble recovery, and William Daniel had a pass deflection and a blocked punt. Overall, a very, very good game here, very impressive game here from Basalt to give them the win. Samuel Wolf also 3 for 4 PATs, 1 for 1 field goal. Just great game here from the Longhorns, proving that they belong in the conversation of contender in 2A and Delta. No stats for the Panthers yet, but I'm starting to get worried about Delta because, again, they haven't lost this game since 2018, and even though this is not an easy league schedule that they have in front of them, they do have some teams in there with Aspen and Coleridge that have upset some good teams. So we're going to have to see who comes out on top in that one. Next up, though, we have Manitou Springs versus Florence. Again, disclaimer, I am a Manitou Springs alum. I do my best to remove my bias when I am reporting, but you can never quite eliminate all bias, so I just wanted to give that disclaimer. I do all that I can. However, Manitou would lose to Florence 16-0 here. Noah Howard, 8 for 13 passing for 142 yards. No touchdowns in the air. Ryan Robinson for Florence, 2 for 5 passing for 24 yards. Howard would have 120 rush yards and 1 touchdown on the ground. In the air, Jarrett Lozano was the leader, 104 receiving yards, and Howard would actually have 2 catches for 24 yards as well. In terms of tackles, Joey Hess and Wyatt Dudley were the leaders with 10 each. Bodie Taylor would have 9, while Aiden Webb and Gabe Sullivan would have 8, and Aiden Jennings would have 5. Hess would end up with 2 sacks in this game, while Wyatt Dudley would have 1. Bodie Taylor and Webb would share a sack, while Mr. Hunsberger would have 3 pass deflections and a blocked field goal in this game. Howard would also have 55 punt yards, along with 94 punt return yards, the long of those being 85, which ended up being a touchdown in this game. Howard having both of the scores in this matchup, along with throwing both of the conversions to Jarrett Lozano and J.J. Baker to secure the dub here for Florence, which, it is what it is. Breaking in that new field a little bit, which is good, and we're going to have to see how this team progresses moving forward in this league schedule. After that, we have Englewood, the Pirates, defeating the Bennett Tigers 28-12. Bennett would actually only be trailing 12-14 at halftime, but Englewood would score 7 points in each the third and fourth quarters to win this one 28-12. Starting with Bennett, Brody Hawes 0 for 8 passing for 2 interceptions, while on the ground only 35 rushing yards. Cougar Kronk 78 rush yards and a touchdown, while Kenneth Jordan would have 49 and a score. No receiving stats in this one, but Brody Hawes would have 15 tackles in this game, while Jordan would have 5. And Devin Chapman would share a sack with Wyatt Farley. Kronk would have a pick in this game, while Chapman would force a fumble. Both Chapman and Liam Fernandez also recovered a fumble, so it's anyone's guess who recovered the one that Chapman forced there. All around, not a great game here from Bennett, but they did hold on for that first half. For Englewood, though, Dylan Knoll 6 for 8 passing, no touchdowns to 1 pick. Logan Mail with 136 rush yards and 1 touchdown. Dion Robinson with 16 carries for 113 rushing yards and 1 score. And then Knoll 7 carries for 32 yards and 2 touchdowns. In terms of defense, Kevin Mail was the leader with 10 tackles, 1 for loss. Logan Mail, 10 tackles as well, along with Joe McMains. Dion Robinson had 8 tackles, while Mr. Jennings Wright had 7. And then Yandel Munoz had 6, and then Nathan Owens had 5. In terms of picks, Daniel Cullen and Jennings Wright each had 1 for themselves, and Romeo Gonzalez would have 75 kick return yards in this game. Cullen 4 for 4 on PATs in this matchup, and all-around good game here from Englewood to top the Bennett Tigers. After this, we have a bit of a streak of teams that we do not have stats for the games, starting with Eaton actually defeating University 14-7. 14 points here scored by Eaton in the first quarter, while University would score 7 in the first, and there was no scoring for the entire rest of this matchup, with, again, Eaton coming out on top of the Bulldogs. After that, another game with no stats for either team. We have Elizabeth, the Cardinals, actually upsetting the Strasburg Indians 13-0. Interesting game here, not one that I was expecting. Good upset here, though, by Elizabeth to defeat Strasburg. After that, we do have another win that we did not predict going into the season, but that we are glad to see a team turn around from last year. It is Cole Ridge defeating Moffat County 40-16. Cole Ridge, Dylan Miller, 8 for 22 passing for 182 yards and 3 touchdowns to 1 pick. Dylan Miller, 7 carries for 30 rush yards. Carter Kuhn with 89 receiving yards in this matchup. Grayson Easenhart, the linebacker, 23 total tackles in this game, half of a tackle for loss, while the next leader was Tayson Collard and Angel Hernandez tied with 8, and then Kuhn had 7, while Kai Osterly and Diego Gomez each had 5. Collard and Jaden Emery each had a sack in this one, while Gomez and Evan Duca each had a pick in this game, and Gomez had a blocked punt. We do not have stats for Moffat County, though, but all around, I am going to say, really good game here by Easenhart. Just 23 tackles, that's hard. That's a hard number to get. I've only seen that twice in person, so I'm not saying he's going to win Playmaker of the Week, but he is certainly a candidate. After that, though, we have another game with no stats for either team. Brush defeating Arvada. The Beat Diggers defeating the Bulldogs 47-12. So, solid game here from Brush to get back into that win column over Arvada. After that, we have... Oh, God. Sorry, I just saw the score of this. The Classical Academy defeating Lincoln 74-0. 74-0. 28 points in the first, 25 in the second, 14 in the third, 7 in the fourth for TCA. Andrew Brown, 3 for 3 passing for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns. Elias Wall, 1 catch for 58 yards. Gustafson with 1 rush for 58 yards, 1 rush for 19 yards. Skylar Cooper, 1 rush for 13 yards and a touchdown. Riley Romine, 2 carries for 2 touchdowns. Ben Enos, 2 receptions for 71 for 71 yards and a touchdown. I'm sorry, this shouldn't be funny, but it kind of is, just because of the score. The leading tackler had 4. There were 44 total tackles in this game, but a bunch of guys got in there. 5 total sacks. Andrew Richens, Braden Godoy, Mr. Robertson, Hayden Kenny, and Ridge Blackwood each had a sack in this game. Joshua Knuckles, which is a cool name, Gustafson, and Will Warnock each had a pick. Braden Godoy and Alex Gould each forced a fumble, one of which was recovered by Elijah Wright. And all around, just a great game here. Elias Wall, 8 kickoffs for 472 yards and 6 touchbacks. Gustafson with 45 kick return yards. 2 safeties, one of which was caused by Godoy, one of which caused by Blackwood. This is almost sad. Nathaniel Thorne, 8 for 8 on PATs. Kai Veronin, 2 for 2. Gustafson with 1 punt return touchdown and a pick six as well, and Will Warnock would have a pick six there too. 9 total touchdowns in this game for the Classical Academy. This is the number 1 team in 2A versus the last team in 2A. I'm not fully sure what anyone thought would happen there. After that, though, we are moving on to our next game, which is Lamar beating La Junta. Yes, 38-20 here. Lamar would actually lead 21-0 at halftime, but give up 20 points in the third and fourth quarter. But Lamar would hang on regardless. 10 points in the third and 7 in the fourth here for the Thunder to keep on showing what they have going on this year. And just absolutely great game here from all around by Lamar. It's been a minute, I believe, since they won this game. And Jacob Dunning in particular managed to have, I believe, 3 touchdowns in this game against La Junta. Yeah, 3 touchdowns, 2 in the, all 3 of them in the air against La Junta to win. And this is actually the first win against La Junta for Lamar since October of 2020, which is actually kind of crazy to think about. That was a 34-14 win on the 23rd of that year. Very good job there by the Thunder. And that is our last Friday game. Moving on to our Saturday game, really short here. Kent-Denver would defeat the Hinckley Thunder 44-0. No stats on this one all around. Solid game by Kent-Denver. Good bounce back from those 2 straight losses. We are going to have to see how they hold up moving forward. But overall, that is all for our 2A recap. Sorry, this one was a little bit long here. A lot of games this week. Just about every team in the class played. But we will be back next week to cover an action-packed 2A slate. One of the games I will be at myself. No clue as to which one. But make sure that you're all staying hydrated. Make sure that if you're listening to this while driving, keep your eyes on the road. And I will catch you all soon. So, stay calm, stay frosty, and I'll catch y'all on the flip. Peace.
Coach V here, and I got your 2024 Week 6 3A recap here. Let's go ahead and hop into it, starting with Thursday, October 3rd. Only 2 games here, but we have Palisade playing Summit, where they take down Summit in a dominating fashion, 42-6 here. For Palisade, their quarterback here, the junior Branson Springer, went 2 of 3 for 77 yards and 2 touchdowns. Those 2 passes going for touchdowns. On the ground here, Easton Embry, 7 carries, only 7 for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. Caleb Reed adding on another 44 yards and a touchdown on only 2 carries. And then Springer also had a rushing touchdown here. It looks like senior number 9, Christian Mullaney, had a big 66-yard touchdown, and then Keaton Everett had a receiving touchdown as they just bring it to Summit, 42-6 here, a big confidence booster for them. Evergreen, speaking of confidence booster, would have one, beating Niwot 50-0 here. Couple different players played at quarterback. Or should I say a couple different players had passing attempts here. Grady White, 2 of 2 for 13 yards and a touchdown. Josh Bittner, 4 of 5 for 42 yards and a touchdown here. Kai Kazmer also attempted 2 passes in this game. But they were able to run the ball very, very well here. Sophomore Solomon Bentrot, I want to say, had 4 carries for 47 yards and a touchdown. Jace Jody, 9 carries for 44 yards and a touchdown. And then Josh Bittner, 5 carries for 31 yards and 2 touchdowns there. On defense for this squad here, it would be Jackson Post, who led with 6 tackles. And then this defense had 6.5 sacks total, Post having 2.5 of those. And then 6 picks as well. The senior Hastings, that would be Jackson Hastings, had 3 picks against Niwot as they just dominated that matchup right there. Let's go ahead and go to Friday Night Lights here, October 4th. We have a number of pretty big time games here with some playoff implications, if I may say. But we have Wheat Ridge playing Pomona here, and Pomona with a big win, winning 49-13 on their homecoming, by the way here, scoring 38 in the first half to put this one away early. And no stats as of today, October 5th, as I'm recording this, but a big win for Pomona here as they continue to roll here after a tough loss to 4A Dakota Ridge. I think currently they're undefeated in 3A technically, only losing to Pueblo West, who's a 4A team, and then obviously Dakota Ridge, another 4A team. And then for Wheat Ridge, I mean, that's probably the toughest opponent that they played to date here. They're currently 3-2 as it stands, so that's a tough one, and it does not get easier as they face Green Mountain next week. So we will see what happens there. But moving on here, speaking of Green Mountain, let's talk Lutheran versus Green Mountain as they face in a big time game here where Lutheran wins 21-19 here. No stats as of right now for Lutheran, October 5th. But for Green Mountain, we have a couple just defensive stats here. There's senior DB here. That's Demetrius Padilla, led with 7 tackles here. Dominic Hidrogo had a pick. Padilla had a pick in this one. But Lutheran squeezes out a tough one at home against Green Mountain, 21-19. Now on a 2-game winning streak here as they are now rolling. Speaking of close games, we have Meade versus Holy Family playing in this game where Meade would win in a tough one, 22-15. A 15-point fourth quarter after being down 9-0 at half here. Christian Heiner, 6 of 13 for only 16 yards here. Ethan Elmore had one big pass for 56 yards, so there you go. And I don't know if these stats are complete, but I'm just going to assume they are as of right now. Ryan St. Aubin, though, the senior, had a big night, 25 carries, 109 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Elmore with 37 rushing yards, Heiner adding on another 34. Their lead receiver was Noah Roman, the senior, 4 for 86 and a touchdown. On defense here for Meade, Josh Gonsalves, he led with 13 tackles on this team. Hagan Williams and Spencer Muncie each got a sack. Then Austin Ott with a big-time interception in this game. As Meade, they go ahead and survive Holy Family and beat them 22-15 in a comeback win. Glenwood Springs will then go ahead and beat Conifer in a big win for them, 39-14, as they now move to 4-2 on the season. They scored 19 in the second quarter to go ahead and go up 19-0 early, and then they would not look back as they drop Conifer to 3-2 here, breaking, by the way, a 3-game winning streak for them. For Glenwood Springs, Wyland Dieter, the senior, won 3 of 4 for 54 yards. But, you know, it was the running game, again, that did it all. Mason Markovich, 20 carries, 209 yards, 5 touchdowns, an MVP-type performance here against Conifer. Jarek Sorensen had 2 carries for 77 yards here. And then it looks like the freshman, that is Lamaney? Portillo had 10 carries for 21 yards, contributing there. On defense for Glenwood Springs, Markovich co-leading here with 10 tackles and 4 tackles for loss. Junior Ennewold would have 10 tackles as well here. And then no picks, it looks like, for this team. Or, I believe, 1 turnover, which was a fumble recovery and a blocked point, as Glenwood Springs gets a kind of a big win here over Conifer to continue to build that playoff resume. Following that here, it looks like we had a game between Steamboat Springs and Eagle Valley, but as of right now, that has not been reported. So there you go there. And then in an interesting game here, Littleton would forfeit to Canyon City here. Littleton is currently 0-5 here. This is their first forfeit of the season. This definitely could lead to more, considering some of the drama that they are currently going through over there. So we'll see what happens. But let's go ahead and move to Saturday, October 5th here. And as it stands, it is October 6th when I'm recording this segment, or this part of the segment here on Sunday. And Sierra and Pueblo Centennial Still no score. So that's tough. We're just going to skip over it. Kent Denver, though, a 2A team, would play Hinckley, and they would win 44-0, pretty much as expected. So there you go there. That is your Week 6 3A recap.
What's good, y'all? This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and it is time to recap Week 6 in the 4A classification here in the 2024 Colorado High School football season. This is the first week of league games here for the majority of the teams in 4A, so we had a lot of exciting matchups and some interesting storylines starting to materialize. I don't want to waste any more time, so let's go ahead and get right into these Thursday games here. Starting us off here, we have a big-time game here where an 8-ranked Heritage kicks off league play here with a 28-0 shutout win over Golden. No stats in that game, but that is a massive win for Heritage here to start off league games. Moving on now, we have Liberty, who surprisingly puts up 35 in a 54-35 loss to 10-ranked Vista Ridge. Zayden Stevens and Gabriel McFarland led the way for Vista Ridge, with Stevens throwing for 4 touchdowns and 160 yards on 13 of 24 passing, and McFarland racking up 218 yards and 3 touchdowns on 17 carries. Jameer Ford was the leading receiver for Vista Ridge with 5 receptions for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns. Defensively for Liberty, sophomore Clay Shelter led the way with 15 tackles. Jacob Messias had 2 sacks. Aiden Evitz had a sack, Creed Hunt blocked a field goal, and Elijah Takimoto forced a fumble. Moving on now, we have 2-ranked Pueblo West, who ran for 7 touchdowns as a team to beat Doherty 56-14. For the Cyclones, Gavin Lockett ran for 2 touchdowns, and he threw for another. Ryan Siebert ran for 2 touchdowns and 87 yards on 11 carries. Zach Duran ran for 100 yards and a touchdown on 12 carries. Defensively for the Cyclones, Matthew Zeck had 9 tackles, 3 tackles for a loss and a sack. Grant Sontag had 2 sacks. Ezekiel Arietta had an interception. And Clay Connor and Joran Flores both had a sack. Next year, Montbello got their first win of the season, 30-18 on the road versus Aurora Central. A big game on special teams here for Montbello as Deion Turner had a 40-yard punt return touchdown and Aaron Nelson had a 75-yard kick return touchdown. Deion Turner also had 69 yards and a touchdown on 7 carries. Defensively for Montbello, Cassier Crowley had 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, a forced fumble, and a sack. D'Angelo Garcia had 6 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a forced fumble. And Dominic Figueroa led the team with 10 tackles. And that takes us to the Silver Creek game, who took care of business against Greeley West with a 42-8 win at home. Nolan Gachetta ran for 3 touchdowns and 105 yards on 11 carries, and he also went 11 for 19 for 125 yards passing the ball. David Tan also had a 100-yard game with a touchdown on 22 carries, and Connor Lopez had a 35-yard rushing touchdown. Defensively for Silver Creek, Miguel Armendariz had 2 sacks, Carter Blair had 6 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a half sack. Calum Majka had a pick 6, and Roland Varga and Aaron Herrera both had an interception. In our last of the Thursday games, Grand Junction Central made light work of Adams City with a 63-8 win at home. No stats in that game, so let's go ahead and talk about the Friday games. Starting us off with a ranked team, the number 7 ranked Riverdale Ridge remains one of the 3 undefeated teams left in 4A after they shut out Skyline 49-0 on the road. No stats for Riverdale Ridge, but for Skyline, Johnny McCrae had 4 tackles and a forced fumble, and Miley Davis racked up 129 kick return yards on 5 returns. Number 1 ranked Montrose slaughtered Falcon 56-6 on the road. No stats in that one, so we have a ranked game in our next one where 10 ranked Rampart falls to Durango 21-8 at home for Durango's 4th win in a row. The Feeney brothers led the way on offense here for Durango, with Coley Feeney going 11 for 16 for 198 yards and 2 touchdowns, while also adding 55 yards and a touchdown on 15 carries. Sophomore Grady Feeney also had 7 carries for 43 yards. Sebastian Tripp led the team with 4 receptions for 98 yards and a touchdown, and Mason Miller had a 48-yard receiving touchdown. Defensively for Durango, they made Rampart's lives hell with Dawson McInnes, Caden Martinez, and Wyatt Bartell all having an interception. Bartell dominated in every facet defensively, putting up a team-leading 11 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a forced fumble along with that interception. For Rampart, Damian Deach struggled quite a bit, throwing for 169 yards and 3 interceptions on 20 of 33 passing. His main target was James Royer, who had 7 catches for 70 yards. Defensively, Justice Derrickson had a nice game with 5 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and a sack. Grand Junction starts off their league championship campaign with a 48-13 win over Gateway. Will Applegate had a perfect game passing the ball, going 6 for 6 for 154 yards and 2 touchdowns. Matthias Martinez had 78 yards, 2 touchdowns on 9 carries. Noah Watkins had 65 yards and a touchdown on 7 carries. Mason Anderson had a 66-yard touchdown reception, and Paxton Weber had 4 receptions for 31 yards and a touchdown. Next here, Frederick dominated Loveland 41-7 on the road. It was a huge game for Gavin Ishmael, to say the least. He went 16 for 25 for 274 yards and 2 touchdowns, but he wasn't done there. He also added 141 yards and 3 more touchdowns on 10 carries. So that's 5 total touchdowns there for Ishmael in this big-time win here. For receivers, Burke Eisman had 5 receptions for 80 yards and a touchdown, and Sonny Del Pizzo had 95 yards and a touchdown on 2 receptions. Defensively here for Frederick, Tristan Dean had an interception. 4-ranked Dakota Ridge made light work of Ponderosa 36-7 on the road. This was a huge win for Dakota Ridge, and they were led by Kellen Berenson. The QB went 10 for 13 for 123 yards and a touchdown, and he also ran for another touchdown. Landon Carlsbeck dominated on the ground here for Dakota Ridge with 135 yards and 2 touchdowns on 17 carries, and Sam Collis rushed for 105 yards on 15 carries. You also had Anthony Pagano, who caught 3 passes for 65 yards and a touchdown. He was the leader amongst receivers. And that takes us to our next one, where 5-ranked Palmer Ridge took care of Air Academy 46-14 at home, despite being without Carson Campbell in this one. Javier Elvira had himself a game, racking up 169 yards and 3 touchdowns on 14 carries, and Jackson Mabe had 2 rushing touchdowns as well. No stats defensively here for Palmer Ridge, but we will definitely be monitoring that Carson Campbell situation. Sand Creek kept things rolling with a 66-23 win over Thornton on the road. Ethan Mangrum rushed all over Thornton, putting up 175 yards and 3 touchdowns on 17 carries. And he also took some snaps at QB, going 4 for 10 for 61 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 interceptions. The other QB, Terrence Clay, went 7 for 12 for 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. And his leading receiver was Elijah Brotherns, who went crazy in this game with 119 yards and 3 touchdowns on 5 receptions. Plus, he had a 79-yard kick return touchdown and a 62-yard punt return touchdown. And that is 5 touchdowns there for Brotherns in this win. You also had Achilles Evans, of course, who had 77 yards and a touchdown on 7 carries. And then defensively here, Evans put up 4 tackles and 1.5 tackles for loss. Also on defense for Sand Creek, De'Aaron Mitchell III led the team with 11 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, and a sack. Elijah Clanton had 2 interceptions, and Ryan Burnwell had 1 as well. 6th-ranked Broomfield obliterated Longmont 59-0 on the road. For Broomfield, Colin Torres had 4 carries for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Darian Jackson and Brody Riddle both had a rushing touchdown as well. On defense, John Singleton had 2 picks, and C.T. Worley had a pick 6. You also had Marcus Smiley with a 49-yard punt return touchdown for Broomfield in this win here. Cheyenne Mountain has a I-25 League Championship in their sights after winning a close one over Centaurus 26-23 on the road. The run game got it done here for Cheyenne Mountain against the reigning I-25 League champions, with Sam Hawker leading the team with 105 rush yards and a touchdown on 13 carries. Donovan Rojas also had a rushing touchdown and 67 yards on 16 carries. Tyler Chris had 70 yards on 11 carries, and George Knoll had a rushing touchdown and 41 yards on 4 carries. Defensively for Cheyenne Mountain, Nate Lucas had 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and an interception. Donnie Lund had 6 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. And McCoy Huckstep had an interception and a receiving touchdown on offense. In our last of the Friday games, we have 9-ranked Highlands Ranch, who won big over Bear Creek 43-20 on the road. And we actually had a couple of potential Playmaker of the Week worthy performances in this game, with QB Crew Gehrig led the way on offense for Highlands Ranch, going 14 for 25 for 182 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he also added a rushing touchdown as well. His leading receiver was Jaden Puhia with 7 receptions for 110 yards. Then Puhia also added 2 interceptions on defense. George West had 2 receptions for 70 yards and a touchdown, and a kick return touchdown as well. And Brooks Hamlet had a receiving touchdown as well here for Highlands Ranch. Defensively for the Falcons, Luke Bakken had 10 tackles, a pick 6, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. So that's 2 defensive touchdowns there for Bakken. Vinny Taylor had a big game here with 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, a forced fumble, and a sack. And finally, Aiden Arnold had 4 tackles and a forced fumble for the Falcons. For Bear Creek, Jojo Hernandez led the way here with 113 yards and a touchdown on 23 carries. And we only have 3 Saturday games to talk about here, so let's go ahead and get into the first one. Xavius Chineth led Northfield to a 39-7 win over Thomas Jefferson. Chineth ran all over TJ with 202 yards and 2 touchdowns on 16 carries, and he also had a passing touchdown as well. Xavier Ward put up 44 yards and a touchdown on 5 carries as well here for Northfield. On defense, Elion Ovila, sorry if I mispronounced that, led the team with 11 tackles and a sack. Dylan Anderson, Alfred Anderson, and Manuel Moreno all had a sack as well here for Northfield. Next here, George Washington got their first win of the season, 27-3 over Denver North. No stats in that one there, but we already know Kobe Dooley getting added to that already stacked offense is going to be insane. Definitely going to keep an eye on this team for the next few weeks. But with that all being said, this is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I want to thank you all for listening to this 4A recap here in Week 6, and I will see you all in Week 7. Peace out.
Obviously, you want a trainer who can make you stronger and faster with the work you put in, but what about a trainer who can help you rehab and recover like the pros? Look no further than Junkyard Training, that not only offers specific strength and speed training, but also offers a plethora of recovery and rehab techniques like cryo, cupping, recovery boots, and so much more. Learn more today by visiting junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594. Once again, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 and get started today.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I am your host for this segment, Gideon, and today we're going to be talking about the Friday, October 4th, I believe it was, game between the Fort Collins Lambkins and the Horizon Hawks. This was actually Fort Collins' homecoming, and I'm not going to put a bunch of suspense into this one. Fort Collins ended up winning big. But it was a good shootout, good performance here by Alex Birch to cement him, in my mind, as one of the top quarterbacks in the state. Even if the reason I can't say the top quarterback is because Austin had that insane performance that really solidified it for me, but not focusing on that for right now. Let's just jump right into it. Horizon versus Fort Collins. For Horizon, this game started off with Jeremiah Martinez. He ended up running for 15, and then Alex Birch would end up throwing to number 35, who is not listed on the roster, for a tough 30 yards. This was a really good catch by the receiver there. Birch then threw over to Justin Stevenson for a touchdown, making it a 7-0 lead with 7:30 left in the first quarter. Horizon would then allow a touchdown with 5:33 left that tied it at 7, which was the closest this game was going to be for the rest of the night. After a 3-and-out, Horizon allowed a 45-yard rushing touchdown, going down 14-7 with 3:02 left. Martinez ran for 45 on the kickoff return and then ran quite a bit, at one point snagging 5 yards on 4th and 3rd, one point grabbing 12, and at another point grabbing 8, but this ultimately led to a field goal attempt that was off. On defense, Ethan V. Hill would stop a touchdown with a push-out, but a couple of plays later, the touchdown was allowed to get in, making it 7-21 with 7:24 in the second quarter for Horizon. Birch dodged and weaved and made it around a sack, and then threw it to Martinez for 20, but on the defense, the Hawks were allowing basically everything to get through despite an Ethan V. Hill tackle for loss. The Hawks allowed another touchdown with 2:16 left to go down 28-7, but on offense they did start to get a good drive going and some good momentum until they threw a pick, which led to Fort Collins being able to drive back down the other half of the field and making a field goal as time expired to make it 7-31. Horizon did much better in the second half, but it still ended as a 3-possession game all around. In the third quarter, though, the Hawks allowed a kickoff return touchdown for 99 yards, making it 7-38 with 11:47 left. After recovering from that shock, Birch would throw over to Stevenson for a 30-yard touchdown, narrowing it to 13-38 with 7:49 left in the third. After allowing another 80-yard kickoff return, Ethan V. Hill would force a fumble on the 1 before Collins would score anyway as that one rolled out of bounds. This made it 13-44 with 7:03 left in the third. Birch would get another touchdown, making it 19-44 with 3:11 on the clock. And in the fourth, Birch and Stevenson would connect again with 11:55 for another touchdown, making it 25-44. But would allow one last score to go in with 7:38 left to get our final score of 25-51. And, I mean, ultimately, after that, the main event that I took note of is that Caden Ulibarri, who this was his first couple of weeks playing on offense, I saw him and I was absolutely amazed. Man's is 6'6", 185, 190, so some more time practicing with the offense. I think he'll be a deadly weapon, but for now, blocked a punt at the end of this game, and that was the long and short of this particular contest, for Horizon at least. I was able to talk to quarterback Alex Birch after this game. He was our playmaker of the game, but first I want to mention our offensive and defensive playmakers of the game for Horizon. First, our defensive playmaker of the game, who is Ethan V. Hill. Now, V. Hill, he's a smaller player, smaller guy, but he played with an awful lot of heart, getting tackles for loss, forcing fumbles close to the end zone, giving his team a fighting chance. I would honestly say that based off of this, he is the player on that defense that I'm going to watch week by week the most in terms of his counting stats. And even if those counting stats aren't the best, I know he's putting his all out there every single play for the Horizon Hawks. After that, our offensive playmaker of the game will be Jeremiah Martinez. Martinez was all over this game, put his fingerprints all over this matchup in particular. Moments that stick out in my mind, he's actually a good receiving threat as a running back as well as a ground threat. So he doesn't have that one-dimensional aspect of his game. He's consistent, was able to catch some good passes, able to get a little bit of blocking in there. Just a pretty solid player here for Horizon. It was a pleasure to be able to watch him play. But all around, the number one man in this game for the Horizon Hawks, you have to give that award to the one and only Alex Birch, who this is actually, I believe, my fourth time seeing him play live after the Prep Super League stuff over the summer. But here's my conversation with Alex after the game.
What's up? This is Gideon here with Alex Birch of Horizon High School. Now, Alex, obviously not the result you wanted, but you guys still came in against one of the better defenses in the state and put 25 on them. Left, right, and center, you were making plays. What were you seeing in that secondary that was allowing you to get off those medium to deep passes?
So they give us like a cover zero look. So cover zero usually means that they're bringing heat, a lot of hot reads. So you have to kind of attack the middle of the field, especially when they give you so they'll press down their corners and then they'll play like 12 yards off of safeties. So then if you motion to trips and their safety moves to the middle, you usually have the middle of the field you can work with. You can throw levels, throw daggers. So that's what we went to in the second half, which eventually started working. They didn't really have an answer for the middle of the field once they're in the cover zero.
And when we're looking at the second half, that was, a masterclass from you, basically. Like, I'm not blowing smoke. You guys were driving consistently, you were scoring consistently. How are you going to take the lessons that you as a team learned in the second half and apply that heading into this upcoming league schedule?
I think just keep getting better every week. We just gotta get back to practice. We gotta get rid of our bad habits and we gotta start winning. So it's gotta come down to being consistent in practice every week, working hard, and just taking accountability. I think I missed some throws tonight. I made some messed up reads, so we'll watch film and I'll learn to not do that next week. So.
Well, one thing I will say you did really well. The moment that sticks out the most in my mind is, funnily enough, that pump fake that you did, where you got the whole spin around and are you remembering which one that was?
Which one was that? I think it was your screen. Oh yeah, probably a screenplay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do the Tua screen. If you watch Tua in the NFL, yeah, I try to replicate that because usually if you pump fake one way, the defenders will fly that way.
If you go to Brown.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I do a lot of that pump fake spin stuff. I don't know. I like doing it. It's fun. Yeah, you gotta have some fun being a quarterback.
Yeah.
You have basic footwork. You gotta have a little bit of fun. So. Yeah.
Well, I guess to close it out, what was your favorite moment from tonight as a whole?
The O-line. The O-line worked their butts off today. The O-line did really good today. I think I wasn't really getting hit in the backfield at all. We were able to run, and for cover zero, bring in 7. For me to be able to sit back there and throw levels concepts, they're killing it up front. So I think the O-line did really good tonight. O-line did great.
All right, and last thing, how would you describe, not your game tonight, but your game as an individual, as a whole?
Kyler Murray. Watch Kyler Murray. I think I play Kyler Murray a little bit. I don't run as much, but I think in the pocket and throwing, I relate to Kyler Murray a lot.
Thank you very much, Alex. It was a pleasure to be able to talk to you again and be able to learn more about your game, but also more about the game as a whole. Learn more about the cover zero. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your season. And honestly, moving into this league play, you got a good chance to win a couple games. But I'll talk more about that later. First, we need to talk about Fort-Collins and their performance in this game, where the Lambkins started out on defense with both Caden Souders and Justin Schlichting getting tackles before the Lambkins allowed a touchdown, going down 0-7 with 7:30 in the first quarter. Griffin Campaign would throw to Jack McKeon for 30 yards on a flea flicker play, and then Justin Cranford would throw to Levi Hermson for 20. McKeon would run in a touchdown with 5:33 left to tie it at 7, and then Lincoln Worthen would get a tackle for loss to force a punt, followed by Cranford dodging and weaving for a 45-yard rushing touchdown, making it 13-7 with 3:02 in the first. Perry Archuleta would get an inadvertent pass deflection before Souders would get multiple tackles and J.P. Straubing would sack the quarterback, which forced a field goal attempt that fell short. Hermson swept the Jet for 15, and then Cranford threw to Jackson Tarver for 30, followed by another target to Hermson for a touchdown. Cranford would rush in the conversion, making it 21-7 for the Lambkins with 7:22 left in the second quarter. Both Souders and Finn O'Mara would get TFLs, and then McKeon would run for 10 before receiving a 15-yarder from Cranford. McKeon would then run in another touchdown to put Foco up 28-7 with 2:16 left. After Archuleta would catch an insane interception to get possession back, the type of pick where you're not fully sure who has the ball until the ref declares it. It was an insane interception, and Foco was able to start marching back down the field in the other direction, and this ended up lining up with a Fernando Lopez field goal attempt that was good, making it 31-7 heading into halftime. In the third quarter, Hermsen would return the opening kickoff for 99 yards, moving like a butterfly and ultimately stinging like a bee to make it 38-7 with 11:43 left. After allowing a passing touchdown with 7:49, Hermsen would return another kickoff for 80 yards, which was absolutely crazy. McKeon would get another touchdown to make it 44-13, and unfortunately on the next drive for Fort Collins, the defense could not stop Horizon, who made it 44-19 5 seconds into the fourth quarter. Hermsen would then return another kickoff for 77 yards, and at this point it was starting to get a bit ridiculous, and after a timeout with 7:51, Oliver Stouffer, the fullback, came in. Starting running back was hurting a little bit. They brought him in on homecoming, and he ran in the touchdown, got both his arms crossed across his chest like a mummy, falls into the end zone, and that's what sports are all about. Stouffer, the whole team was cheering for him in this one, making it 51-25 with 7:38 on the leaderboard for the senior fullback. Luke Little would get a sack, Porter Park would get a tackle for loss, and then Souders got a 98-yard pick six that, while the turnover still counted and the interception still counted, was ultimately called back due to blocking in the backfield. And that was all that she wrote for Fort Collins versus Horizon. There was a little bit more, but nothing really consequential. And so ultimately, very, very good game here from Fort Collins. Good way to get a win heading into more consistent league play. But I did manage to grab some interviews with the offensive playmaker of the game and one of the best players in the class of 2026, Mason Bandhauer, along with stick around for my interview with the playmaker of the game, Levi Hermsen. He ended up having 240 kick return yards in this game. So first, here's my interview with Mason Bandhauer from Fort Collins High School.
This is Gideon here with Mason Bandhauer of Fort Collins High School. Mason, how does it win to beat last year's win total half of the way through the season?
It feels great because last year, that's it sucks. 2 years in a row. And to be able to, the effort that we put in the off season was awesome. It was great. It just really pays off and we're not done. So, yeah, it's exciting.
And when we're looking at this team, a lot of the driving force, you have seniors like Levi, but a lot of the impact players on this team, like yourself, Justin, Caden, are juniors. What does it mean to be able to ascend with that class of 2026?
I think it's great. A lot of us been playing with each other since 8th grade, so just the chemistry, you have that. We just got dogs all around the team, so it's just great to have that chemistry, building on for the future. But we got Fairview next week. Yeah, look forward to that.
And speaking of opening that league play, you come in with this great win over Horizon. You prove you can do it in a shootout. When you're looking at that high-powered Fairview offense, they've got some dogs on defense. What lessons are you going to take from this week into next week?
Yeah, I think football is just a game of momentum. If you can just build on momentum, it can really propel you into next week. So we're right now facing an obstacle, and we got momentum to break down that wall, and Fairview's the game to do it, to build momentum into the playoffs.
Very good. And last question for you. There were a lot of rushing touchdowns, but a lot of that felt like you and the O-line opening up holes so large a Ford could drive through them. What were you seeing in that D-line that was allowing you guys to get those types of openings consistently?
I think one, we have the best O-line coach in the state. He's also our offensive coordinator. He's a freaking animal. And we just got dogs like Ben Hopper, in my opinion, the most underrated human player besides this guy right here, to play football in the state of Colorado. And then we got a really, really smart and amazing center. Great, and then obviously our left guard, Nehemiah. And Truitt, who's a sophomore, who's really coming along and being just mean and physical. So I think just having that, and then we got an unbelievable running back game with Oliver, Jack, Stud, and just be able to build off of that.
All right, thank you very much, Mason. Best of luck next week.
Again, thank you very, very much, Mason, for taking the time out of your day to stop and talk with me. Even with the band being as loud as they were from a field away, it was really nice to be able to talk with you and learn more about how you see the game, to learn a little bit more about your teammates, and to be able to learn more about how you see the game. You see it as a game of momentum, which it reminds me of that saying in basketball, it's a game of runs. And so, you really started to get me thinking about that, and I hope that other people start to think about it in different ways as well. So thank you very much, and thanks for shouting out the rest of that O-line. Some dogs on that O-line and on the D-line as well. Ben Rios, Jacob Koskry, you got Nehemiah Two-Crow, and Ben Hopper as well. I was able to meet Hopper at the Canvas Community Classic, but the other guy that Mason shouted out, he didn't say his name by name, but he said this guy right here, he was pointing at our playmaker of the game in this matchup. That is Levi Hermson. 2 touchdowns over the course of this game, 240 kick return yards, setting up his offense beautifully for some of those scores there in the second half. But I'm going to hand this right over to myself for my interview with Levi Hermson of Fort Collins High School.
What's up? This is Gideon with Levi Hermson of Fort Collins High School. Levi, you were on demon time on special teams today. I got to say, you racked up almost 200 special teams yards, left, right, and center. You get that 100-yard kick return touchdown. What were you seeing in that special teams coverage that was consistently letting you set up the offense for success?
A lot of it was just watching film, seeing how they did their kickoff. I knew I had a good chance of returning one, and then just trusting my team. I mean, we have a really good special teams unit, and it's at the end of the day, it's based on them. They help me a lot, and I just got to trust them whenever I'm running. So that was a big part.
Very good. And when we're looking at the season from this point out, it's mostly familiar teams, but this league has a couple of new members in Brighton and Prairie View. What are you looking for in those new teams, and what lessons can you take from tonight into those new matchups?
It'll just be fun to see new players play at new places, and I think we benefit a lot from being like a new teams not playing us before. It'll be harder with us, but I think it'll be a good game. It'll be tough. It'll be fun. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it a lot, definitely, the rest of the season.
Very good. And outside of that 100-yard kick return touchdown, what was your favorite moment of the night?
Ooh, it would have been Caden's pick 6, but that got called back. But I mean, that still was it. That was just so hype. I saw him run down and look at the camera, just see him make one move and score. That had to be it. That was just crazy.
Very good. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
And again, thank you very, very much for stopping to talk with me, Levi. And your kick returns ended up making this one of the more fun homecomings that I have been to, including my own from in high school. So all around, this was a very exciting game, a very high-scoring game, and both of these teams, I think, have a good season ahead of them. Horizon, I know that they have a 1-5 record, but they are one of the better 1-5 teams that I have seen, if that makes sense. Next week, I believe they're going to be in the thick of their league schedule. They had their first game against Legacy 2 weeks back, but they will be playing against Rangeview. The Raiders currently 3-3, with those 3 wins coming against Liberty from down in the Springs, Lakewood, and Smoky Hills. So, not exactly the 3 best wins that you've ever seen, but still solid. And then after that, Horizon is going to be facing off against Vista Peak Prep with Carson Campbell and Moses Cooper, Koa Dietrich's Mullen, and Carson Hageman's Erie Tigers. After that, though, we have Fort Collins, who next week, as Mason said, there will be squaring off with the Fairview Knights. Fairview, they're a pretty good team this year. They are 6-0 with their best win being against Arvada West. After that, the Lambkins will be facing off with the Rocky Mountain Lobos. Then Brighton, followed by Prairie View down in Henderson on November 1st. And so, ultimately, that is it for this episode of Playmakers Corner for Gideon. At least you can catch me next week. Next week I will be doing 2 games, it's looking like. One of them is going to be Manitou Springs versus La Junta. So, and I'm still picking the other one, but I have a game in mind, but I'm not going to say it just to spoil it. So, if you're listening, make sure that you are hydrated, stay safe. If you're listening to this while driving, keep your eyes on the road. Keep your eyes on the road. And I will catch you all on the flip. Go out and enjoy some Colorado sports this week. Peace.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I got a banger of a game to recap here. We got the Battle of Undefeateds and basically the battle for Highlands Ranch. Undefeated Mountain Vista, who's 5-0 going into this game, a game that took place on October 4th, 2024, versus fellow undefeated Valor Christian. Both teams 5-0 going into this big-time matchup. On top of that, this was Mountain Vista's homecoming game, and, this was highly anticipated here for a lot of different reasons. Mountain Vista has never beaten Valor Christian before. They got close last year. Myself and Gino was at that game, but could not quite get it done there, and there have been a couple other seasons in the past where they've gotten close, but that has not been something they've been able to do ever. And it's not just them. No team in Highlands Ranch has been able to beat them. So Highlands Ranch High School, Rock Canyon, and Thunder Ridge have not beaten Valor ever. A number of teams have gotten close, but that is about it. And so let's go ahead and go into this game here. A battle of 2 undefeated squads here. 2 teams, I believe, in our top 5 as far as rankings go in 5A. But let's go ahead and get this thing started in the first quarter. Mountain Vista will start with the ball here, starting on the 20-yard line. They would go ahead and start with a handoff to the senior running back, Jack Blaze. That goes for no gain as he gets stacked up. But on second down here, Austin Madreski, the senior quarterback, goes ahead and drops back, and he throws a dot on the post to number 5. That's Japri Jennings, the junior wide receiver, who almost scores here, but is just able to get tracked down by a Valor defender here. But a big splash play to go ahead and get them started, as it's now first down on the 27 past midfield. Following that, they would go ahead and throw the screen route here to fellow senior wide receiver Sean Conway. He would get the first, but there would be a penalty. It's holding, so now it's 1st and 20. They then run another screen to number 1, Jakai Mack, to the right here, and he gets about 9 yards on a solid gain. And then throw the swing route left here to the running back, Jack Blaze. He gives them the first down and puts them on the 13. Then hand it off to Blaze here, but he gets stopped for a loss. But then on 2nd and 12, Austin Madreski drops back, and he throws what looks like to be a tight end screen here to number 20, Elam Parisis, I want to say, who goes ahead and punches this one in to make it 7-0 as Mountain Vista strikes first here in this game. And also, this touchdown would be pretty important because going into this game, Austin Madreski was actually tied with Braden Dorman of Vista Ridge at 116 career passing touchdowns. So this passing touchdown would go ahead and make him 2nd all-time in Colorado high school football history in passing touchdowns. So congrats to Austin there. But still a lot of the game to play here. Let's go ahead and get to Valor. Valor takes over on the 20. At quarterback is the junior Dawson Oak. It starts with a quick screen to Cash Spence here left, their star junior wide receiver. But a holding penalty would be thrown against Valor, so now it's 1st and 20. They then hand it off to Chase Hanash here, their junior running back, who would go ahead and get about 7 yards on that play. They would then following that play, go ahead and throw it deep, but it would be a pass deflection by number 12 of Mountain Vista. That would be Bryce Bailey here, who's step for step with the receiver. So it's a nice pass deflection that brings up third. Then on third down here, Olk decides to scramble, but he's short, stopped by Carter Daniels of Mountain Vista. So that will basically be a 3 and out there. Now Mountain Vista, they take over on the 34 here after a quick pass to the flats for about 7 here. Here is what happens. They hand it off to Jack Blaze, who goes ahead and gets loose here and gets an electric run, diving for the pylon here, but is marked down on the 1 yard line. A huge gain by Jack Blaze to go ahead and ignite this crowd here, which, by the way, is packed with fans from both teams, but packed with a lot of Mountain Vista supporters here. And Blaze does exactly that, sets this crowd ablaze here and gets them going. On the next play here, Austin Majewski keeps the read option, and he walks it in to give Mountain Vista a 14-0 lead with 7:16 left in the first quarter as this offense is humming. Now, Valor Christian, they take over on the 20 once more here. And on first down, they take a deep pass, and it's incomplete, but there's a pretty bad PI called on Mountain Vista. Bad in a way, as he definitely held him. So now it's 1st and 10 on the 35. They then hand it off to Hanash, the running back, who gets about 2. And then there's a big sack here by number 20 of Mountain Vista. That's Elon Parisis, who goes ahead and puts a pretty big damper on this Valor drive, making it 3rd and 15. They do throw a corner to Cash Spencer out here, who gets about 13, and then call a timeout at 5:03. But a tough delay of game after trying to get them to jump off sides makes it 4th and 7. Obviously, they take that penalty there, and they would punt it, as that sack really would set them back there. Now, they would go ahead and get a fantastic punt, pinning Mountain Vista on the 4 with 4:51 left here. But here's what Mountain Vista does. Still on fire here. They hand it off left to Jack Blaze, who gets a nice 9-yard gain. And then here we go, 2nd and 1 here. Austin Majewski drops back, and he finds Sean Conway on one-on-one down the left sideline, throwing an absolute dot on the money, and Conway takes it 83 yards to the house to go ahead and put Mountain Vista up by 3 scores, 20-0. Now the PAT would be blocked, but it is still a 20-0 lead. Mountain Vista smacking Valor early on here with 3:53 left in the first quarter. So still a lot of time, but Valor Christian needs to get in this game before it gets away. But this next offensive drive does not go well for them, as a false start and then a couple pass deflections go ahead and force a 3 and out here, as this Mountain Vista defense is feeling that momentum as well. And so the offense for Mountain Vista takes over past midfield with 2:53 still left in the first quarter. And here's what happens. They go ahead and throw the quick drag route to Japri Jennings for about 3. Then a check down to Jack Blaze, getting the 1st down and 10 here. They then throw to Japri Jennings, who gets about 7. Following that, there's an incompletion on a low pass here. If this pass was completed, it would have been a touchdown. But no worries. Austin Majewski goes ahead and finds Sean Conway on the nice curl route, who goes ahead and makes a move and gets the 1st down to put them on the 17-yard line, as they are now in the red zone. They then go ahead and call a reverse to Conway, who gets a nice gain here, but there's a penalty thrown versus Mountain Vista. It's a chop block penalty, So that makes it 2nd and 20 as we start here in the second quarter. 2nd and 20 for Mountain Vista, as they are past midfield here. They go ahead and hand it off to Blaze, who gets about 7, making this pretty manageable here. And then Austin, he runs the option and goes right, and he gets the 1st down here and makes it 1st and goal on the 3. They then hand it off to Blaze, who punches this one in to make it 26-0. Now the PAT is once more blocked, but there's a penalty for roughing the snapper. It looks like one of the Valor players tried to jump over the center. Obviously can't do that in high school. I don't think you could really do that on any level now. And so that makes it half the distance here. And Mountain Vista, they decide to go for 2 here. Obviously, they're up 26-0 at the start of the second, so not much to lose here. And Majewski, he rolls right, and he finds Shakai Mack, but there is a penalty thrown on Mountain Vista, so they replay this one. This time they decide to just kick it, and they go up 27-0. Now, Valor, not quite out of it. They're very much still in it, as there's a lot of time left. They're at the top of the second quarter, taking over at the top of the second quarter here, but they do got to get something here. And so here is what happens. They get a nice first down. Dawson Oak throwing the dig route to Ben Herbeck, who makes a tough catch that gives him a first down on the 35. Following that, they go ahead and throw the curl route here. I believe that goes to Jackson Coleman, the sophomore. That gives them another first down. Following that, Oak then finds number 0. That's Elliott Smith, the tight end. He gives them a third consecutive first down as they are rolling. After an incompletion on first down here on second down, they go ahead and call a draw play, which goes nowhere here. This Valor Christian line not really getting a good push at all so far this game, so that goes for 2 yards. And then an incompletion on third down brings up 4th and 8. And at this point, Valor Christian has to go for it. They call a timeout at 8:26 left. Remember, they're down 27-0, so you got to get on the board, or else risk Mountain Vista getting the ball back and scoring and going up by at least 30. And, I mean, Mountain Vista has scored on every drive so far. So, here we go. They're going for it. And on 4th down, Dawson Oak drops back, and he finds Jace Beal on the curl, who makes a nice catch. That gives them the first down, a key first down here, to get them on the 30. After an incompletion, they hand it off to Hanash, who once again is stuffed, as his Mountain Vista defense is also swarming, as well as the Valor Christian line not playing as well as they could. On top of that, there is a personal foul thrown after that. So what goes from being a loss ends up being an automatic first. And on first, Oak, he goes left, rolling left, and he runs it, and he gets popped here out of bounds. A tough hit, but a very legal hit. His helmet flies off, so he comes out here. It's 2nd and 3. They go ahead and run a wildcat here with Cash Spence taking the snap. He gets it, he runs it, he gets them a 1st and goal on the 4. They then do the same thing, and Spence, he this time walks it into the end zone as Valor gets on the board with 7 minutes left. PAT is good as they lead 27-7. Now, on the following play here, Valor would attempt an onside kick, but then a whistle would be blown here. I believe it was something like offsides. So Valor, they have to kick it again, and this time, instead of the onside kick, this is very interesting. They kick it extremely high. This is a sky kick here, and it is not going to go to the usual Mountain Vista returner here. I believe it goes to the line just in front of them, and this player just muffs this kick, and Valor, they go ahead and they recover this one as the ball just bounces their way after it goes off the Vista player. And so now they got a first down on the 32-yard line, 32 yards away from potentially scoring. And here's what happens on first down here off of a crazy special teams play. Oak, he drops back and he takes a shot down the left sideline, and he finds Cash Spence, who weaves in, he weaves out, and then he cuts back in and he scores for Valor Christian, as they have now cut this lead to 2 scores in a matter of minutes. Just like that, they are only down 27-14 with 6:52 left in the second quarter. Plenty of time here. If they get a stop, then they could potentially make this a 1-score game within the quarter. And so here is what happens, though. This Mountain Vista offense is still on fire. You got to remember, they did not get a chance to get the ball as that kick return was muffed. But this time it's not muffed, and they get the ball on the 20, and here's what happens. Austin Majewski finds Dupree Jennings for an 8-yard gain. Then following that, Majewski, he gets a snap out of shotgun. He rolls right, buying time, and then he throws off platform a dot towards Jack Plays, who is near the right sideline, and then he scorches down the sideline. He makes a move on a Valor defender here, and he buys himself some space, and he gets himself another touchdown, going to the house for Mountain Vista, as this Vista offense does not miss a beat, and they go up 34-14, re-extending this lead to 3 scores. Now, Valor Christian, they take over with 6:33 left on the 29-yard line. Not out of it, but they do got to get another score here to get this back down to 2. Here's what happens. They go ahead and throw a nice little screen route to Wilson Patacek, the junior, who gets about 7. They then hand it off to Anash, who once again gets stopped for a loss, a 1-yard loss, bring up 3rd and 4. This Valor offensive line really struggling. A throw over the middle by Dawson Oak would give them the first down here as this drive extends. Oak then finds Spence here for another straight first down. He then takes a shot down the left sideline here. He has an open receiver, but it is dropped. A tough drop to have there. But on second down here, Oak, he throws it to Patacek again, who bobs and weaves, and he gets another key first down here, making some players miss. Mountain Vista, they then call a timeout at 3:45 left, trying to gather and rally this defense. And so here's what happens following that timeout. Valor's Dawson Oak, that is, he throws left, but it is off the mark here. The crowd going kind of crazy here as the Mountain Vista crowd is on that side of the field as they are jeering at that receiver. Then there's a penalty here thrown on I want to say it is a Valor lineman. So now it's 1st and 15. That's a personal foul there. So now they're on the 28. Now, Oak, he goes ahead and he makes it 2nd and 12 here on the run. He then throws it to Elliott Smith on the slant. That gives them a key first down. Following that, Oak, he keeps the ball here. He is stopped just a little bit short. They go hurry up here, and this time Oak is met by Carter Daniels, who smacks him in the backfield for a loss to make it 3rd and 4 here. But then they would go ahead and call an option play here, and this would go to Hanash here, who walks it in to make it 34-21 here. Valor taking up a lot of time, almost 5 minutes to score here to cut this to 2 scores. But Vista, they take over with 1:30 left here, and it would be special teams that would set up this drive here like usual, but this one more than usual as Jakai Mack goes ahead and returns this one, and he's going down the sideline. He might just score here, but a Valor player does track him down right before he can return this one for a touchdown. This crowd is going nuts right now after this play here and after this penalty that puts them on the 10-yard line. They go ahead and hand it off right to Blaze here. He gets some yards, but there's a hold on the offense. So now it's 1st and 20. On first down, Majewski, he goes ahead and throws it to number 1. That's Shakai Mack in the flats. He gets about 7. They then call a timeout at 40.1 seconds left. So 2nd and 13 here. Here is what happens. Austin Majewski outside of the timeout. He goes ahead and he gets a snap out of shotgun. He looks right, and then he comes back left and throws a dot to number 11. That would be Sean Conway here right as he breaks out, and he toe taps this one in for what could be the backbreaker as Mountain Vista goes up 41-21 right before half. PAT would be good here, making it 41-21. And so there's only 35.8 seconds left here in Valor. They just go ahead and decide to run out the rest of the clock as they will be receiving to start the 3rd quarter. But Mountain Vista with so much momentum here, they have scored on every offensive drive in this first half, and Austin Majewski, their quarterback, has 1 incompletion in this drive, but has pretty much contributed to each one of their scoring drives as he has multiple touchdowns against Valor in a near perfect start to this game. But, Valor, they're not out of it. They are down 3 scores. So here in the 3rd quarter, they got to score on this opening drive if they hope to get back in it, or they're going to run out of time. And so here's what happens. They take over on the 20 at the start of the 3rd quarter. Dawson Oak, he drops back. He takes a shot down the left sideline. He finds Jace Beal, who makes a tough contested catch. That goes for about 35 yards. They then try to hand it off to Hanash, but the run game is just not there today here. So it goes for 1 yard. On second down, they throw it. They throw the post. Oak throws the post here to Cash Spence, This one's almost picked off, but it is dropped, so that brings up third down. On third down, this pass is incomplete, but a penalty is thrown against Mountain Vista again for pass interference, and again, it's a very obvious one, so now that's an automatic first down here on the 29. They then call an RPO here and throw it to Elliott Smith, who makes it 2nd and 1. They then hand it off to Anash, but once again, he's stuffed for no gain. This time, Aiden Vincent leading the charge. That brings up third down. On third down, they call an RPO here, but it is dropped. On top of that, there's a penalty thrown against a Valor elite ineligible player downfield. Illegal blocker downfield is really what it is, as the lineman got a little too ahead of himself. So now it's 3rd and 7. But on third down, Oak throws another incompletion here, which is tough because he had Ben Herbeck wide open in the end zone. And so here is what happens on 4th and 7. Valor has to go for it. So here's what happens. Oak takes the snap out of shotgun, but he gets sacked by the freshman standout, the big defensive lineman. That is Bryce Bolton here, who gets the big time sack, or at least credited with the half sack here. But that's a big turnover on downs as Vista takes over. This offense has scored on every drive, and they take over at 9:37 left here. And you can probably guess what happened here. Mountain Vista does put together a nice drive, but eventually they do find themselves in a pretty tough 3rd and 18 situation here after some tough plays. But Austin Majeski throws a dot over the middle to Ja'Kai Mack, who gets the first down and actually almost scores here, but is stopped on the 2-yard line. Majeski then hands it off to Jack Blaze here, who punches it in for another touchdown to make it 47-21. And this one is pretty much over here, as Valor, they would throw it deep on this next drive here, and it would be intercepted by Bryce Bailey here. And then, as you could expect, Mountain Vista would end that drive. The screen right to Ja'Kai Mack to make it 55-21 with 15.6 seconds left. This game is over, and for the first time in, I want to say, over 10 years, Valor Christian has a running clock against them. The final of this one, Mountain Vista wins 62 to Valor Christian's 21. This is the first win over Valor Christian, not only in Mountain Vista program history, but in the history of all Highlands Ranch high schools here, which is absolutely insane. History being made here as Mountain Vista remains undefeated and hand Valor their first L of the season here. Now, going through some quick stats, and then we'll go ahead and get into some other things here. Let's start with Mountain Vista here. Austin Majeski with not only a signature performance, but one of the greatest performances we have ever seen from a quarterback in Colorado high school football history, and for sure podcast history. I think it's easily number one. In this game versus undefeated Valor, he went 22 of 25 for 425 yards and 5 passing touchdowns. He also had that rushing touchdown and 30 rushing yards in this game. I think it's very obvious who the 5A Playmaker of the Week is. But on top of that, like I said earlier in this recap, he is now second all-time in Colorado high school football history in career passing touchdowns. If I'm reading this correctly, he is currently at 121. The record is 130, and he still has like 4 or 5 games still left in the regular season, plus playoffs as well. So that record is now very much in reach here. Now, while we are on the topic of record watch here, he is also in play for the most career passing yards in Colorado high school football history. Before this game, he had 9,902 yards. In third place was Braden Dorman of Vista Ridge, who graduated just 2 years ago, who had 10,283 yards. Wadreski would go ahead and pass him in this game in passing yards and passing touchdowns as well here, like I said before, as he now has 10,327 passing yards, now over 10,000 career passing yards, obviously, and he climbs to third place. He is currently sitting roughly, if I had to do the math, roughly 1,213 passing yards away from being first all-time in career passing yards in Colorado high school football history. On top of that, you got to throw in, now that he got the first win over Valor Christian, both in Highlands Ranch history and Mountain Vista program history as well. But he obviously could not have done it alone here. We got to shout out Jack Blaze, who had himself a day. Only 10 carries for 107 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Also added on 3 receptions for 100 receiving yards and a receiving touchdown. So that's that is 200 yards of offense, as well as the hat trick in touchdowns there. As far as receiving goes, I mean, it was a career day for a lot of receivers here. I mean, really this whole team, if we're being honest here. Sean Conway had a signature game, in my opinion. 5 receptions, 136 yards, 2 touchdowns. Japri Jennings right there with 8 and 119 yards in this game. Ja'Kai Mack for 58 and a touchdown. One of the more quieter receivers out there, still making a big impact. It felt like when they needed a first down, he would go get that for them in this game. Now on defense here, it looks like it was number 9, Quillian Gulick, I want to say, who had 14 tackles that led for them. Carter Daniel was right behind him, though, with 13 and 2 tackles for loss. As far as sacks go, this Mountain Vista defense was popping off. 5 total sacks from this Mountain Vista defense from Carter Daniels, Will Stoops, Fabian Abagulam, I want to say. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. Quillian Gulick, Elam Parisis, and Bryce Bolton all getting up in there, as well as 5 hurries. Bryce Bailey had an interception in this game, and then multiple pass deflections, as the secondary looked really good, in my opinion. I mean, this Mountain Vista team is popping off. This might be the best team they have ever had in program history. The receivers, I mean, look, Austin, he is going to reach these records, in my opinion, and a lot of that is because he has a very talented and hard-working receiving core led by Sean Conway, Japri Jennings, Ja'Kai Mack. Jack Blaze is out there as well, even though he's a running back. You know, he's getting it done, and they got weapons that are very hard to guard. Add on an elite quarterback. I mean, they're putting it together. They're honestly putting it together. They ran the ball really well, I might add. I know most people know them as a passing team, but 10.5 yards a carry is really good against a Valor Christian team who has a lot of size up front and a lot of players who should be playing better, honestly, on defense, and they know that. But, you know, combined with the passing attack and this rushing attack, this Mountain Vista offense was on fire. 42 points. 42 points in the first half. They actually scored 20 points in every quarter except for the fourth quarter, but like I said, it was running clock already. Not that they needed to score more points here, but this was obviously a statement win as they were firing on all cylinders here. The defense looked really good here. This Valor Christian offensive line really struggled to open up some holes here, and this defense was rallying. They were attacking. They were making big stops. Specifically, I need to shout them out here in the third and like late in that second quarter as well. You know, they made some big plays that held them down. I mean, they held Valor to 0 in the second half after a 21-point second quarter, I should say. And that's just a testament to how good this Mountain Vista defense is. One of the touchdowns that I was not able to mention, but I will right now, it was a strip sack where the defender bounced the ball off the ground to a waiting corner who housed it. And that was just the type of day that this Mountain Vista defense was having, that this whole team was having. So big kudos to Coach Looney over there and all the coaches over there at Mountain Vista. This was a statement game. I don't know how much more of a statement you can make rather than putting 62 on a team that was undefeated going into this game. You know, now let's just keep it real. They have put the state on notice. If they weren't already putting them on notice, this is officially their notice that they are here and that they are contenders. How far they go, I think some of that is situational when it comes down to playoffs, what health is looking like and whatnot, and how some of these matchups look and where they'll be as well. But there's no doubt that this Mountain Vista team has enough firepower to go all the way and maybe even win it. So there you go there. A lot of praise for Mountain Vista. Let's talk about Valor Christian here. Let's talk about the stats real quick. Dawson Oak, the junior quarterback, 21 of 40, 279 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Also had 66 rushing yards in this game. He was their leading passer and rusher, and I don't even think he played that bad of a game. It was an all right game from him. But, I mean, they just could not get a run game going here. He had 2/3 of the rushing yards in this game here. Chase Hanash, their starting quarterback, 9 carries, 24 yards. Cash Spence only had 2 carries in this one. I mean, obviously, he's more at receiver here. At receiver, Cash Spence led with 5 receptions for 77 yards and a touchdown. Elliott Smith, he was really active in this game at tight end, 7 for 74. Ben Herbeck, 3 for 54 in this game here. But, I mean, when it came down to it, here, okay, let me backtrack a little bit. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Look, Valor Christian, they found themselves in a tough hole. They were down as much as 27 at one point, and they would score 21 in the second quarter. Now, the unfortunate part is that their defense allowed a score on every offensive drive in the first half. And so that was already, they were already, like, the offense already scored 40 points there. There's not many games you win where you allow a offense to score 40 in the first half. And it was just rough. I mean, I think part of it was also scheme. Came out with a 1 high safety look, and against this team, you just can't do that. That leaves somebody in one-on-one, and chances are you are going to have a mismatch with one of the matchups out there, because you have 3, or at least 3 really good receivers, I'm saying, in Ja'Kai Mack, Sean Conway, and Japri Jennings. And then you could also throw in Jack Blaze, who's a 4th really good receiving back, receiver/receiving back for them, who you also got to worry about because they couldn't stop the run either. So this defense just did not play well. They were getting burnt on splash plays. They were getting dotted up on very long drives. They played a horrible game. Offensively, to their credit, and to Dawson Oak and Cash Spence and all those guys' credit, they hung in there and they put up 21 in the second quarter. And that was huge for Valor to try to get back into this game. But at the end of the day, it was just not enough here because their passing attack could not match Mountain Vista's passing attack. And at some point, I mean, you're down 3 scores, so the other team knows you're going to pass it. So your options become very limited when they know that you can't run the ball on them and that you have to now pass it because you're running out of time because you're down 3 scores. So Valor, they put themselves in a really tough spot here defensively and offensively, if I'm being quite frank there. And it was just rough. It was just rough. Look, I mean, I gotta talk about this offensive line here. They really struggled, like, this entire game. They could not run the ball. All right, most of those yards that Dawson Oak had running were like scrambling yards, so he's doing it basically on his own over there. And then as far as passing goes, Oak got sacked 5 times this game. Then you add on another 5 hurries. Like, they were getting pressure on this Valor Christian team here, and some of its momentum and whatnot, it was really swinging in Mountain Vista's way. The crowd was super into it. I mean, honestly, you can make all the excuses you want. At the end of the day, you did not play well enough in the trenches, and this is a team that has multiple D1 prospects, and so that just makes the bottom line being, this can't happen again. Not just against Mountain Vista, but against anybody. If Valor is truly looking to compete this year and contend, which I think they still can, they gotta fix that. I mean, the line, you gotta come out and play with a bit more fire, next time around. That's what it comes down to. I'm just being honest with you. Mountain Vista had a little bit more fire, a lot more fire, it felt like at times, and the line just kind of fell flat. And it wasn't just the line. I mean, it was the defense too. They could have also not allowed 40 points in the first half. Either way, this Valor team did not come to play. and match Mountain Vista's intensity quite yet. I mean, there are some bright spots for sure. I think I'm being a little harsh there, but this is, I believe, their worst loss to an in-state opponent ever, if I'm not mistaken here. I don't think a team has beat them by 40 ever. You know what? This is an edit here, so I'm keeping in what I just said there. But a team has beat Valor by 40 3 times ever. I'm pretty sure here. One of those games was just a couple years ago against a very good Liberty team out of Arizona. So that happened. And then the other time, obviously, was this last game that just happened, which was a 41-point loss. And then the last time they lost to an in-state team worse than this was their very last game. I believe this is their first season ever as a 11-man football team back in 2008, where they lost on October 31st, Halloween, 42-0 to Devlin, which is kind of wild thinking back to that. That's also the last time a team has basically been able to run that clock against them as well. It's only happened 2 times in program history versus in-state Colorado teams. So, yeah, it's shocking to say the least. I think this team's a lot better than 62-21, and I think they'll be fine. They play Castleview next, who, you know, they got some players over there. That should be a win. If they're not fired up to go put a whooping on Castleview, then you should definitely be worried about Valor Christian for sure. But I think that's a pretty quality bounce back win, potential bounce back win there. And if they lose that one in a row, then I think you should definitely be worried, but I'd be surprised. Then they play Thunder Ridge, Freedom Monument, Rock Canyon. I really don't see them losing any of those games. So when all is said and done, going into the end of this season, and this is just projecting, you know, they'll only have 1 loss. Now, that would be to Mountain Vista, and I don't think anybody's going to let them forget that. But that's a motivator going into the playoffs here, and I think things could get really interesting to see how they play potentially a second time. I don't think Mountain Vista is going to blow them out the same way here. Obviously, I'd be leaning towards Mountain Vista, just seeing what happened last time, but in an ideal world, that's a closer game. And so hopefully that's a wake-up call for Valor Christian. You know, they've only lost 1 game, so no alarm sirens yet. But definitely a little bit concerning. I would also say this is just a really good win for Mountain Vista. I don't know if it gets better than this. I think the only way it gets better than this is for them to go to state and win it. And, you know, talking to guys like Austin Madreski, Carter Daniels, by the way, guys that we've been covering since their freshman year here. I remember Cody and Mason going to their game against Arapahoe, where they got their first upset, I believe, in their careers. And now they're here, upsetting Valor Christian. So it's amazing seeing what 4 years can do. But their goal is to win state. And it's always been that way. But they've been working 4 long years to get here. And, I mean, not only is this their last chance, this could be their best chance. So let's see what happens here for Mountain Vista moving forward. Just previewing their schedule, they also play the same teams that Valor will play, but obviously in a different order. They'll play Thunder Ridge, Fruita, Rock Canyon, and then Castleview at the end is probably their toughest opponent out of that 4. And that could be a trap game being at the end and, you know, maybe not playing everyone potentially, but we'll see. You know, we'll see as they definitely pursue. I believe this would be, if I'm not mistaken, potentially their first undefeated regular season in program history. So we'll see what happens here, but the future's definitely bright. And the atmosphere, I just gotta shout this out, the atmosphere of this game was amazing. Shout out the Mountain Vista fans and whatnot, and the Valor fans too, who made this one a really fun one. On a historical night where Mountain Vista remains undefeated, defeating Valor Christian for the first time ever, 62-21.
What is good, y'all? This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I am very excited to give you all the recap of the Douglas County versus Fort-Carson game from Friday, October 4th. Both of these teams have league championship aspirations, and this was Fort-Carson's homecoming game, so that means there was some extra stakes there. And this one came all the way down to the wire, and I'm talking about the very last play of the game. So with that all being said, let's not waste any more time and jump right into this recap. It is Douglas County ball to start this one, 1st and 10 after the touchback. A slant goes to Nolan Case from the QB Aiden Parsons for a first down, and that gets them near midfield. On the next play, Nolan Case takes the run for another first down across midfield at the Fountain 40-yard line. An incomplete deep ball to the sideline makes it 2nd and 10, and then an Owen Coltman run makes it 3rd and 5. On 3rd and 5, Aiden Parsons fakes and throws one deep, but it's overthrown. And DC is going for it here on 4th and 5 with 10 minutes and 11 seconds left in the first quarter. On 4th and 5, a double reverse gets thrown back to Aiden Parsons, and he lobs one deep to the end zone, and it is broken up, though, so that will be a turnover on downs. It is 1st and 10 now for Fountain Fort-Carson at their own 36-yard line. A beautiful pass from Colton Kamba is caught by Ryan Monongdo for a big-time first down at the Douglas County 45-yard line. On 2nd down, a deep pass to Caleb Keats is overthrown, and then on 2nd down, Terrence Morris' run is shut down by Brady Smith to make it 3rd and 6. On 3rd and 6, Terrence Morris breaks outside, but he is tracked down by number 15, who is not listed on Max Preps, so it will be 4th and 6 here. And Fountain Fort-Carson will decide to punt here with 8 minutes left. The punt is up, and it is muffed by Douglas County as Fountain Fort-Carson recovers on the Douglas County 22-yard line, putting them just outside of the red zone. On 1st and 10 here for Fountain Fort-Carson following the muffed punt, Dakari Relaford Jr. takes it outside and breaks loose for a 22-yard touchdown. Fountain Fort-Carson leads now 7-0 after the PAT with 7:52 left here in the first quarter. A touchback makes it 1st and 10 here at the 20-yard line for Douglas County. On 1st down, a handoff goes to Owen Coltman, and it is stopped by Myron Johnson for a 1-yard gain. On 2nd down, a screen to Nolan Case goes for a first down at the Douglas County 32-yard line. On 1st down, Myron Johnson stops a run outside for a gain of only 3 yards, and then Aiden Parsons nails Roman Saiz in stride for a first down in the red zone to make it 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line. That was a huge throw there from Parsons and a big-time catch from Saiz to put Douglas County in the red zone here. On 1st down, Parsons keeps the option for 8 yards, and then on 2nd and 2, Owen Coltman runs for a first down and goal at the 5-yard line. Devin Bradford on 1st down stops a run outside, but a hold on Douglas County makes it 1st and goal at the 14-yard line. Following an incomplete pass, a screen goes to Nolan Case for a nice gain, but yet another hold on Douglas County makes it 2nd and goal at the 22-yard line after it was just 1st and 5 a couple of plays ago. A screen pass on 2nd and 22 goes to Roman Saiz for 3 yards, and then an incomplete pass intended for Saiz again makes it 4th and 19 here as Douglas County calls timeout with 3:18 left here in the first quarter. And they will be going for the field goal here, and the kick is up, and it is no good here as Fountain Fort-Carson maintains a 7-0 lead here with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left in the first quarter. Fountain Fort-Carson now gets the ball here at the 20-yard line. Fountain Fort-Carson now gets the ball here at their own 20-yard line. On 1st down, a pass goes to Caleb Keats for a first down at the 30-yard line. And then on the next play here, Caden Absher forces a fumble on the run, but it ends up getting recovered by Tyshawn Miller to make it 2nd and 7. On 2nd and 7, a pass goes to Ryan Monongdo, and it is dropped after he got absolutely cracked by Caden Absher, who is having one hell of a drive here to make it 3rd and 7. And Fountain Fort-Carson will call a timeout following that hit with 1:55 left in the first quarter. Coming out of the timeout, Colton Kamba fakes the handoff and nails Tyshawn Miller in stride on a slant for a first down at the Douglas County 40-yard line. Following a dropped pass, a touch pass goes to Caleb Keats, and that goes for a nice gain, plus a face mask on the tackle on Douglas County makes it 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line for Fountain Fort-Carson. On 1st and 10, the sophomore Dakari Relaford takes it up the middle and goes untouched into the end zone for his 2nd touchdown of the first quarter. It is 14-0 now following the PAT with 53 seconds left here in the first. It is 1st and 10 at the 25 after the return for Douglas County. On first down, a pass goes to Nolan Case, who spins out of a tackle and jukes a defender for a big-time first down at the Douglas County 43-yard line. On first down, Case takes it again and stiff-arms a defender for another huge first down at the Fort-Carson 32-yard line. And after that big play, there's an injury timeout here with 11 seconds left in the first quarter. Following a false start, it is 1st and 15 at the 37-yard line for Douglas County. On first down, Parsons fakes the handoff and rolls out left to find an open Nolan Case, who hurdles a defender for another first down at the Douglas County 25-yard line. I mean, at this point, it is an automatic first down every time Nolan Case and Aiden Parsons connect. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Fort-Carson leads Douglas County 14-0 in their homecoming game. It is 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line for Douglas County to start off the second quarter. On first down, a window screen goes to Roman Saiz, and then a pass to 11, who is not listed on Max Preps on the next play, who is laid out by Alexander Rivera, but they get the first down nonetheless at the 12-yard line. On first down, an Aiden Parsons keeper is stopped by Xavier Sanders to make it 2nd and 1 at the 3-yard line. On second down, Douglas County decides to run a tush push, and that is good for the first down at the 1-yard line, setting up a prime opportunity to score here. On first and goal at the 1-yard line, it is Owen Coltman who takes it in for the Douglas County touchdown. It is 14-7 now following the PAT with 9:24 left in the first half. On the return, Justin Jordan absolutely murders a DC defender on a block, but he flexed on him, so that will be a flag there. But a personal foul on Douglas County makes it offsetting penalties, so it will be 1st and 10 at the Fort-Carson 38-yard line. On the first play of the drive, it is Holden Miller who picks off a pass on a post over the middle. It is 1st and 10 for Douglas County at their own 35 after a penalty on Douglas County on that return. And on first down, a pass goes to Nolan Case, and it is overthrown, but a penalty on Fort-Carson makes it 1st and 10 for Douglas County at the 50-yard line. Owen Coltman takes the run on first down, and he is slammed down by Myron Johnson after only a yard. And then a curl goes to Roman Saiz for 8 yards to make it 3rd and 1. And then it is a QB sneak on 3rd and 1 to get Douglas County the first down at the 35-yard line. On first down, a pass is complete to none other than Nolan Case, who breaks loose up the sideline for the touchdown. It is 14-14 now after the PAT with 7:11 left here in the first half. And what a first half it has been here for Nolan Case. It is Fort-Carson ball following the touchdown, but they would actually end up punting it here on this drive with number 0 and number 9 making some big-time plays, as well as Cameron Caillou. And for those of you wondering why I'm saying numbers for some of these players, it's because Douglas County does not have some of these players listed, which is unfortunate because a lot of these players are some big-time playmakers, and I would love to highlight them. But that is neither here nor there. Fort-Carson would punt with 4:12 left in the first half, and it will be 1st and 10 for Douglas County at their own 34 following the punt. But Douglas County would actually end up punting it themselves. They would go 3 and out here as Xavier Sanders makes some big plays here on that drive. It is 1st and 10 for Fort-Carson at their own 30 following the punt with 3:10 left here in the first half. It is 1st and 10 for Fort-Carson at their own 30 following the punt, but guess what? They would actually end up punting it here as well. Caden Absher as well as number 15 made some big plays here. Those two are absolutely electric together on that defense. So that will be Douglas County ball following the punt at their own 16-yard line with 16 seconds left here in the first half. And an Owen Coltman run on first down will take us to halftime. We are tied here 14-14 at Fort-Carson Stadium for the Trojans' homecoming game. Coming out of halftime, we actually have some absolute fireworks here as Tucker Rinker's kick falls into a gap just perfectly, and it stays in bounds, and somehow, some way, Douglas County is able to recover it, and it is their ball at the Fort-Carson 28-yard line. I have never seen a play like that in my entire life. I mean, that was the longest onside kick I have ever seen. I just can't believe that Douglas County had enough time to go all the way down and recover the ball. I mean, that is just crazy. But it is 1st and 10 here for Douglas County following that insane kick from Tucker Rinker. A play-action pass goes to Nolan Case for a nice gain, but a hold on Douglas County makes it 1st and 14 at the 33-yard line. On 1st down, Nolan Case takes a run for 13 yards to make it 2nd and 1 to get those yards back, and then a screen to Case on 2nd down, and he is smacked by Termaine Shaw for a loss of a yard. On 3rd and 2, pressure by Myron Johnson forces Aiden Parsons to throw it away, but a flag on Douglas County here makes it 3rd and 8. A deep pass is nearly picked off on 3rd down by Justin Jordan in the end zone, so it will be 4th and 8 here as Tucker Rinker comes out for the 27-yard field goal try. And the kick is up, and it is good as Douglas County takes the lead 17-14 with 9:52 left here in the 3rd quarter. And Fort-Carson would get the ball back here to try and take this lead back, or at least try it, but they would actually end up punting it here on their first drive of the second half as Carter Peterson and Liam Rogelstad made some absolutely electric plays, especially on the 3rd and 18 play here where Colton Kamba throws an absolute dot, but Liam Rogelstad was able to break that pass up at the very last second to force the punt. So following the fair catch by number 15, it is Douglas County ball at the 19-yard line following the punt with 8:05 left here in the 3rd quarter. On 1st down, an Owen Coltman run is shut down by Patrick Gonzalez after 3 yards. And then on 2nd down, Parsons throws the ball away as he was under heavy pressure, and that ball damn near reached the Fort-Carson bleachers. So it will be 3rd and 7 here. On 3rd and 7, it is an RPO pass to Nolan Case over the middle in stride for a clutch 1st down at the Douglas County 42-yard line. Those two just cannot stop connecting here. On 1st down, Owen Coltman, his run is stopped by Alexander Rivera for a loss of 1. And then on 2nd and long, Parsons fakes the handoff and hits none other than Nolan Case in stride for yet another big-time 1st down into Fort-Carson territory at the 43-yard line. And that is an injury timeout following that play with 5:53 left here in the 3rd quarter. Following the injury timeout on 1st down, Owen Coltman takes a violent run for 6 yards, and then another Coltman run is shut down by Myron Johnson to make it 3rd and 3. And Fort-Carson will call timeout here with 4:58 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Coming out of the timeout, a pass over the middle is incomplete, so it will be 4th and 3 here as Douglas County will try and get the 1st down. On 4th and 3, Parsons' pass to the sideline is incomplete. That will be a turnover on downs. Fort-Carson ball now following that big-time defensive stand. On 1st and 10 here for Fort-Carson at their own 37, Justin Jordan takes a run on 1st down for a short gain here with 4:36 left in the 3rd quarter. On 2nd and medium, Colton Kamba takes a keeper left for a 1st down to the 50-yard line. And then Justin Jordan takes a run for 2 yards on 1st down. And on 2nd and 8 here, Dakari Relaford is met by number 15 on the run for a short gain here to make it 3rd and 4. False start on Fort-Carson makes it 3rd and 9. And on 3rd and 9 here, pass interference on a pass to the sideline gives Fort-Carson a free 1st down at the 34-yard line. A quick out is complete to Darnell Rogers along the sideline, and he gets rocked by Caden Absher here on the hit to make it 2nd and 5. Following an incomplete pass on 3rd and 5, a pass to Caleb Keats is tipped, and he gets absolutely wrecked while the ball is in the air by Liam Rogelstad to break up the pass. It will be 4th and 5 as Fort-Carson will try a field goal here from the 29-yard line. And Blake McFadden's kick is up, and it is good. We got a tied game here, 17-17, with 1:09 left here in the 3rd quarter. Following the touchback, an end around goes to Nolan Case for 5 yards, and then a Case run is stopped for a loss of 2 to make it 3rd and 7. And that, folks, takes us to the end of the 3rd quarter. We got a tied ball game here, 17-17, to see who will win the first league game of the season. It is 3rd and 7 here at Douglas County 23-yard line for the Huskies to start off the final quarter of this matchup. On 3rd down, Parsons' pass to Kurt Goff over the middle is barely caught as Goff got his hands just under it for a 1st down at the Douglas County 42-yard line. Nolan Case takes a run for a few yards on 1st down, and then Parsons rolls out right, and Alexander Rivera nearly picks off the pass to make it 3rd and 7. On 3rd down, Parsons takes the snap, drops back, and lobs one deep into double coverage as the receiver falls on his own. But wait a minute, the ref threw a flag at the end of that play, calling it pass interference on Fort-Carson, and that is absolutely ridiculous, folks. From what I've seen on the video I have and from what I saw with my own eyes, it looked like the receiver fell on his own and he didn't touch anyone. So that is a massive, massive call here in a tied ball game on 3rd down in the 4th quarter. So after that penalty, it is now 1st and 10 here for Douglas County at the Fort-Carson 40-yard line. Myron Johnson bats down a pass on 2nd down. That was a big play there. And then an Owen Coltman run is stopped by Tremaine Shaw to make it 3rd and 7. On 3rd and 7, Aiden Parsons fools the defense and keeps the read option for a 1st down at the 25-yard line. It just doesn't get any more clutch than that. Following a 2-yard run, Parsons' play-action pass is a dangerous one that falls incomplete to make it 3rd and 8. On 3rd down, an Owen Coltman run goes for 6 yards to make it 4th and 2 at the 16-yard line. And now Douglas County has to make the decision. Do they go for it and go for the touchdown, or do they just let Tucker Rinker kick this one in to take the lead? And it is Tucker Rinker who is headed out there for the field goal. And it is good from the 16-yard line as Douglas County now has a 20-17 lead with 8:58 left here in the game. And Fort-Carson would get the ball back here, 1st and 10 following a touchback, but they would end up going 3 and out here as numbers 0 and 61, as well as Cameron Caillou made some massive plays here, with Caillou breaking up a pass over the middle on 3rd down to force the punt. And before the punt, we had an injury timeout here with 7:21 left in the quarter. But following that injury timeout and the punt, it is Douglas County ball at their own 44-yard line. On 1st down, Nolan Case takes the end around for a short gain, and then Owen Coltman takes the carry on 2nd and 9 for a 1st down across midfield at the Fort-Carson 46-yard line. On 1st down, Coltman shows good patience on the run for a nice gain to make it 2nd and 1. And then Coltman takes the carry again and sheds a tackle for another 1st down at the Fort-Carson 34-yard line. Douglas County is definitely driving here, and it is getting dangerous here for Fort-Carson as the clock is ticking just right around 3 minutes. On 2nd and 8, Parsons takes a keeper, and it is stopped by a few Trojans to make it 3rd and 6. And Fort-Carson will call timeout here with 2:58 left in the game. Coming out of the timeout, Parsons rolls out right, and he is able to find Roman Saiz just short of the 1st down, so it will be 4th and 1. And that is a timeout from Fort-Carson with 2:52 left in the game. Coming out of the timeout, Douglas County decides to pass it for some reason here as Parsons' pass is picked off by Myron Johnson as Johnson takes that one all the way to the 50-yard line as Fort-Carson now has a massive opportunity to either take the lead or tie the game here after it looked like they were dead in the water on that drive. Unbelievable play by Johnson, and I really got to question why Douglas County didn't just try to run it or sneak it up the middle there, but that is neither here nor there. It is Fort-Carson ball, 1st and 10 with 2:44 left in the game. On 1st down, a pass goes to Caleb Keats over the middle, who takes it for a huge 1st down into field goal range right away at the 31-yard line. On 1st down, a run is stopped for a loss of 2 to make it 2nd and 12, and then a pass is complete to Caleb Keats to make it 3rd and 7. Fort-Carson decides to run a swing pass to Dakari Relaford, who breaks a tackle and takes it just short of the 1st down. So it will be 4th down and 1 at the 31-yard line, and they will call timeout here with 24 seconds left as they deliberate on what to do here. Coming out of the timeout, Blake McFadden is headed out there to try the field goal from the 31-yard line to try and tie this game and send it to overtime. And the snap, the hold, McFadden's kick is up, and it is just wide left here as Douglas County will get the win 20-17 over Fountain Fort-Carson. What a heartbreaker. I know from watching it live that I definitely thought it went in and that we were going to overtime. And so did the people behind me, but I guess it was just a bit wide left. I didn't have a good angle on it, but wow, I just cannot believe that that is how that game is going to end. And before I wrap up this recap here, I want to take some time to talk about both of these very, very good squads and just what I saw from that game and just maybe a little bit of an outlook for the rest of the season. Starting us off here with Douglas County. 2 words, Nolan Case. What an incredible game from the junior receiver to help lead Douglas County to this big-time league win over Fountain Fort-Carson. It really seemed like every time he touched the ball, something crazy was going to happen. He finished with 9 receptions for 169 yards and a touchdown, and then he also added 7 carries for 30 yards. His connection with junior QB Aiden Parsons is just unmatched. Those two always know how to connect no matter what down it is and no matter what point they're at in the game. Parsons is a 6'5" junior QB in his first year starting for the Huskies, and I gotta say I really like his confidence in play style. He was slinging the ball deep all game and made some big-time throws throughout the game. He is very comfortable in play-action scenarios, so it makes it tough for the defense to read that Douglas County offense. Defensively here for the Huskies, Caden Absher is about as impactful of a playmaker that you could possibly ask for. He finished with a team-leading 12 tackles and 2 tackles for loss with some crazy hits all throughout the contest. I also want to shout out number 15, who made some very, very clutch tackles, as well as Cameron Caillou and Liam Rogelstad, who held things down in the secondary for the Huskies. This is an all-around lethal team that will give any team in the state a run for their money. Their league championship aspirations started on Friday night with this statement win here. Now for Fountain Fort-Carson, that is a very, very tough way to lose. I mean, to come out with a 14-point lead right away in the first quarter and then only score 3 points for the rest of the game. That's just as tough as it gets. Defensively, the Trojans have some major pieces, like the 2 juniors Myron Johnson and Justin Jordan, who had their names called all game, with Johnson getting that interception in the fourth quarter to help set up the field goal try at the end that unfortunately missed. Offensively, though, I see a team that lacks an identity. They don't seem to be very confident in either the pass game or the run game, with neither of them being all that intimidating. They didn't pass the ball well at all against Douglas County, and they didn't have a rusher with more than 11 attempts, so they really just didn't move the rock much at all outside of those 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. You have to have something or someone to be able to lean on when things get tough on offense, and I just didn't see anything like that from Fountain Fort-Carson. Sophomore running back Dakari Relaford Jr. is definitely a playmaker with his 2 first-quarter touchdowns, but he only touched the ball 11 times. Everyone else outside of Relaford had a lackluster or just plain bad performance. The Trojans are still easily a playoff team with a very, very good defense, but I'm going to have to see some major adjustments offensively if they want to go far at all this year. And with that all being said, folks, this is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I want to thank you all for listening, and I will see you all in Week 7. Peace out.
Well, hello, listeners and fans. It is your showrunner for this episode, Cody Stauffer here, and I finally am going to take a swing at this episode, and you're actually going to hear me for the remainder of the episode. So buckle in while I go over the 5A recap, followed by Power Rankings, followed by Playmaker of the Week. But in our 5A recap, we are going to start off on Thursday, October 3rd for this past week here. And the very first matchup that we have is 5A Westminster and North Glen here. Westminster gets out to a fast 14-0 start, but North Glen will score in the second quarter and hold Westminster outside of the end zone to make it a one-score game heading into the second half. Westminster would then respond with a touchdown and 2-point conversion of their own here to make it a two-score game before running away with this game in the fourth quarter here. Final score, Westminster 41, North Glen 18. Notable stats from this game. Obviously, can't really talk about Westminster without talking about Mason Kiewit here. 9 of 12, 280 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions with a long of 97. That long being found by junior receiver Adrian Moreno here. On the day, 3 receptions, 173 yards, and a hat trick of touchdowns. And that was only complemented by Tony Cisneros' performance. 2 receptions, 91 yards, and a score of his own. Just overall, very dominant performance from this offense. And then defensively, got to shout out Philip Cruz, the senior. 3 TFLs, 18 total tackles on the night. He was joined in the double digits by Abraham Montez, 16 tackles of his own, including 1 for loss. And fellow senior Elias Alvarez here with 11 tackles of his own. And then junior Carlos Tarango here, 10 total tackles, and 2 of those being in the backfield. This Westminster defense also had 4 sacks, 2 interceptions, forced 3 fumbles, recovered 2 of them, and blocked a punt. Just an overall dominant performance here from the Wolves over the North Glen Norsemen. Now, another exciting game. This one was a league game between the Chatfield Chargers and the Ralston Valley Mustangs here. Chatfield coming in, I want to say, as the Chassa ranked number 1 and one of our higher ranked teams. And Ralston Valley was just outside the top 10 with our power rankings last week. And Chatfield starts off with a touchdown of their own here with just about 3 minutes to go here. Cash Williams ripping off some long runs to get the Chargers into field goal position, and then gets a 12-yard rushing touchdown himself here in the first quarter to put Chatfield up 6-0 here, heading basically into the end of the first quarter. Now, to almost start the second quarter here, just a few minutes in, Zeke Andrews of Ralston Valley, their quarterback, responds with the 20-yard rushing touchdown of his own, and with the PAT good that actually gives Ralston Valley a 1-point lead here with about 10 minutes to go here. Now, Chatfield would respond, but with about 2 minutes to go in the first half here, Corey Ball, 10-yard rushing touchdown, 2-point conversion, no good, but Chatfield still leading 12-7 heading into halftime here. Now, there's a bit of a gridlock here as the Chatfield defense and Ralston Valley defense just take turns giving each other a really, really hard time through the majority of the third quarter here before Ralston Valley finally finds pay dirt here and gets a rushing touchdown with about 2 minutes to go in the third quarter here. And the 2-point conversion is also successful here, putting Ralston Valley up 15-12 with the entire fourth quarter to basically go here. That would end up being the very last score of the game, though. So Ralston Valley pulls off the upset over Chatfield in this classic matchup. Looking at Chatfield's stats here, they were able to run the ball somewhat efficiently. Cash Williams, 11 carries, 79 yards, and that touchdown that started the scoring. And then Corey Ball, 23 carries, 84 yards, and a touchdown. Cash Williams, 14 of 24 for 89 yards. This Ralston Valley secondary here just not allowing a ton of big plays and not allowing really any run after catch opportunities here. Defensively, Chatfield did benefit from a decent game from Aiden Nasim, I want to say, or Neshim here. Led the team in TFLs with 2. And then Logan Kundred and Caleb Espinosa leading in tackles with 15 and 13 in this big gridlock. Aiden in the pass rush department did register 2 sacks as well as a hurry for this Chatfield defense here. Not able to force any turnovers, but that was the story on both sides because Ralston Valley was only able to get some pass deflections here. They had 2 sacks of their own as a unit, and Brody Schaefer actually led the team in TFLs with 2 of those, and then their leading tacklers were Matt Gates and Robert Mendez here at 13 and 16 respectively. Now for Ralston Valley here, a bit more success throwing the football here, 18 of 23, 177 yards. We were able to find 5 different targets here for the Mustangs, but primarily dominated by Nico Bonallo here, 8 receptions, 63 yards, and Levi Rios here, the sophomore, 6 receptions for 74 yards. And then running the football here, kind of similar stats as Chatfield here in this gridlock that they were in. Zeke Andrews, 11 carries, 77 yards, and 2 touchdowns here, 2 big touchdowns. And then Colton Stratman, the sophomore, 14 carries for 83 yards here. So just a little bit better yards per carry here. Definitely took their time getting down the field. And then Colton Stratman also had that 2-point conversion that ends up being a huge difference in this game as Ralston Valley, like I said, pulls off the upset against Chatfield 15-12 here. Moving along here, Arvada West runs away against Denver South 48-6 here. Notable performances in this game. I mean, as a unit, the rushing attack for Arvada West, 3 total touchdowns between Jaden Green, Adrian Smala, and Caleb Gomez. Logan Duhacek here, 2 passing touchdowns, 157 yards. And then defensively, obviously, just causing a ton of problems for Denver South here. You had Cornejo here, who had an interception for the Wildcats here. But yeah, this was just not particularly close here. Denver South struggled here. Armstrong Dise, 13 completions on 16 pass attempts, 146 yards here. And then -3 rushing yards on the night for the Ravens here, as there was just nowhere to go in their big loss to A West. Now we got a little bit of Highlands Ranch action here. Rock Canyon versus Thunder Ridge. Rock Canyon looking to bounce back here. Thunder Ridge trying to get some wins under their belt here. And they get a decent Caden Reeder performance under center. 18 of 26, 186 yards, and 2 passing touchdowns here. Not to mention the senior Evan Olds here. 19 carries, 85 yards, and a touchdown. So they do score 20 points in this game here, but that is not going to be enough here. Rock Canyon rushing attack goes for 343 yards on the heels of a great Tyler Meyer performance. 23 carries, 196 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. Complemented by Owen Arnold, 4 carries, 72 yards, and a touchdown of his own. Rock Canyon will win this one 31-20 to start off these Highlands Ranch games. We move into Friday action here as we do have the 5A Boulder Panthers and 5A Lakewood Tigers here. They actually play a really, really close game here, but Lakewood unfortunately loses this one by a single point here. Boulder gets a win, 14-13 here. Got to shout out Andre Drapeau here. I want to say is how you say that running back's name. 17 carries, 103 yards, and a touchdown in an elusive win that this program so desperately needed to go ahead and get this done. This Boulder defense also forces 2 turnovers. Miles Robbins with a pick and David Tufo with a fumble recovery that was caused by Dean Howell. Moving along, Castleview beats Fruita Monument 33-16 in this league game. Kind of a slow start for Castleview and Fruita. Castleview only leading by 4 after 1 quarter here, 12-8. They get the scoring going, and they actually shut out Fruita Monument through the second and third quarter. Fruita eventually scores again, but by that time, it is basically too late here. Castleview on the heels of a solid Aaron Perry game, 16 carries, 85 yards, and 2 rushing scores, along with Jack Schwartz, the junior here, 79 rushing yards and 2 scores of his own. Fruita Monument hung around in this game in huge thanks to Chris Bennett here, 23 carries, 139 yards here, and then Cooper Rowell here, or Roll, finds the end zone here, 14 carries, 51 yards, and a touchdown for this Fruita Monument team that did have to travel all the way to Castle Rock here, and Castleview makes it worth it, getting the bounce back 33-16 win. Mullen starts off league play here with a 41-20 win over Vista Peak Prep. This is going to be a solid enough Koa Dietrich game, 11 of 18, 207 yards, touchdown and a pick. But really, Dante Depew here has one of the best games of his career. 24 carries, 212 yards, and 4 rushing touchdowns. This Mustang team desperately needed a big rushing performance and needed to get this run game going. Meanwhile, the defense had a very, very good game here. Loya Jr., 2 TFLs, 10 total tackles, being a team high here. Zayd Mills here, the sophomore, 3 TFLs. That was a team high in tackles for loss here. And then this pass rush, getting home to the tune of 4 sacks and 11 hurries. And this pass rush also helping force a couple of interceptions. Nick Marcoux and Kevin Lewis being 2 of those players benefiting from a good pass rush in front of them. Moving along, Erie beats Rangeview in their league debut, 49-6. Ronan Ward, 2 rushing touchdowns. Braylon Tolliver, 2 rushing touchdowns. Carson Hageman, a rushing touchdown. And then Tommy Thiessen, or Dyson here, gets a rushing touchdown of his own as well. Obviously, this defense doing everything that you could possibly want in Erie's big win. Now, please listen to the full recap of this game, as for the first time in school history, Mountain Vista beats Valor Christian, the very first Highlands Ranch school to beat Valor Christian in their school history, and one of the few times that a team has ever running clocked Valor Christian. Now, Valor Christian, to their own credit, they did still have some plays and hung around in this game. Dawson Olk, 21 of 40, 276 yards, a touchdown to just 1 interception here. You have Cash Spence doing his thing, 5 receptions, 77 yards, a touchdown. Elliott Smith, 7 receptions, 71 yards. This team did try and stick around, but it was just too much, too quick from Austin Madreski in almost a perfect game, a passer rating of 167.1, 22 of 25, 425 yards, 5 touchdowns here, and no interceptions. And then the Mountain Vista rushing attack also doing everything that they could do. Jack Blaze here, 10 carries, 107 yards, 2 touchdowns. Austin Madreski also getting a rushing touchdown in there. Spreading the wealth, passing the football. Ja'Kai Mack with a receiving touchdown, 58 yards. Japri Jennings, 119 yards on 8 receptions, a team high in both categories. Jack Blaze getting a receiving touchdown here and 100 yards on the night. Sean Conway, 2 receiving touchdowns, 136 receiving yards in just a dominant performance from the Golden Eagles here. This team also absolutely harassing this Valor offense. 6 sacks, 9 hurries. They have an interception. They have a fumble recovery. They scored in all phases of the game, a fumble recovery for a touchdown, passing the ball, rushing the football. I mean, there's just nothing that you could not ask any more of from this Mountain Vista team en route to their 62-21 win. Please listen to Coach V's full recap for one of the most exciting games and moments and legacy moments of the season for this Mountain Vista squad. Moving along here into another game that was attended by us. Please listen to the full recap from Gino, as I am only here to provide the raw numbers here. Douglas County gets an upset road win over Fountain Fort-Carson, 20-17 on a field goal here near the end here. Now, as far as the offenses go, not the greatest offensive performances here, as Fountain Fort-Carson barely eclipses 200 total yards here, and that's in huge part to Relaford Jr.'s 61 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns here. Meanwhile, Douglas County had a pretty balanced attack here, 118 rushing yards, 271 passing yards. Aiden Parsons throwing a touchdown as well. Nolan Case being almost unguardable here for Douglas County. 9 receptions and 169 yards in this big win here. And like I said, just a good old-fashioned field goal off here. Blake McFadden going 1 of 2, ends up stinging this Fountain Fort-Carson team just a little bit here as they fall short, and both these teams are trying to scrap for a chance to extend their season. Fossil Ridge, hopping back up north a little bit here, beats Legacy 34-13. They take a 20-7 lead into halftime, and they do not relent, scoring 2 more touchdowns in the half and holding Legacy to just 3 here. And they end up winning this first down battle. They end up committing less penalties, and they end up having the ball for less because they are just efficient here. Nick Kubat, 22 of 26, 4 touchdowns to just 1 interception. Will Huff here, 5 carries, 108 yards, and a touchdown with a long run of 61 yards here. As far as receiving touchdowns go, Marcus Mosier here, 9 receptions, 168 yards, and 3 receiving touchdowns. in just a classic performance here. On the other offense here, Legacy, Andrew Gardner, the sophomore quarterback, 20 of 32, 200 yards. Not a bad performance here, but just not able to really stretch the field. They do get a long of 48 to Jack Winter here, but that is basically it, as they only have a couple other completions that eclipse 20 yards here. Running the football here, Tyler Anderson does find pay dirt, 17 carries, 66 yards, and a score. Lennox Talbot also gets 55, and Andrew Gardner gets 35 of his own, but just could not really break through this SaberCat defense. Now, on the defense here, Jake Tosheff here, 10 tackles, 3 of those going for loss here in this big performance, 6 total TFLs here, and a couple of forced and recovered fumbles for the SaberCats will help them win this one. Now, not to be completely outdone here, the Legacy defense did have 6 TFLs of their own, and they did force 1 interception here, but just not really able to capitalize in this 24-point loss to Fossil Ridge. Moving along here, Brighton pulls out a nail-biter, 12-7 against Rocky Mountain here. Brighton here getting a pretty good Blake George rushing performance here. 17 carries, 105 yards, and a touchdown here, being the main catalyst of this offense. Defensively here, this team did everything that you could want, including forcing a safety as well here. And then doing a little kicker shout out for once, Abdil Luhan here, having an important game, going 1 of 1 in PATs and 1 of 1 in field goals here for 4 total points. Those all being very important. And Brody Watkins getting the safety here is going to be one of the big deciding factors here of his 5 total tackles. That one in the end zone is going to have the biggest impact in this 12-7 win, as it was 7-7 heading into the fourth quarter here. And then Brighton getting an unusual field goal and safety combo to win this game. But a win is a win is a win is a win. Now, Gideon actually did attend this game, so please listen to his full recap, as I am just looking at the broad numbers here. Fort Collins wins their homecoming over the visiting Horizon Hawks, 51-25. Justin Cranford, huge game, 19 of 25, 230 yards, and a passing touchdown. And then on the ground here, Jack McKinn here, 17 carries, 109 yards, and a hat trick of touchdowns here. That would not be enough for Fort Collins, though, as they would get a big kickoff return for a touchdown here. Levi Herndson, huge game, 3 kickoff returns for 240 yards, including a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown here. Fort Collins wins in all phases of the game here in their big runaway homecoming win over Horizon. Moving along here, Overland, big win here, 34-7 to start off league play here. Who else other than Jarius Ward to talk about here first? Led the team in carries, in yards, 12, 84, and a touchdown. But a lot of wealth to be spread around here. 4 rushing touchdowns here. Kylan Jones getting 1, Angel Chavez, and Zaire Custis here, all finding the promised land in this big runaway win here. As far as receiving goes, Avante Hendricks, leading receiver, 4 receptions, 73 yards here for this team. The Trailblazers also get 3 sacks, 1 from Jarius Ward, 1 from Will Travis Jr., and 1 from Velasquez here. And Avante Hendricks also getting an interception on defense. Not to mention freshman phenom DJ Davenport, 1 kickoff return for 99 yards and a touchdown. We actually got to see this young man put in work over the offseason here. Glad to see that he's getting his shot and he's making the most of it here in this big Overland win, 34-7. Talking about my alma mater here, Arapahoe High School, once again facing Grandview on the weekend of my birthday here, and they delivered 2 years in a row here, and thanks to huge part for a big senior performance from Mitchell Price here, 14 of 22, 218 yards, and 3 passing touchdowns for the Warriors here in their 25-13 win. This was, of course, complemented by a run-heavy offense that was very efficient. Trajan Frazier, 23 carries, 131 yards. And then you also have Clotra, I think is how you say that. Sorry if I'm butchering that, my guy. But did find a rushing touchdown here. Andrew Smart being absolutely unguardable for the second year in a row against this Grandview secondary. 11 receptions, 162 yards, and 3 receiving touchdowns. That film from last year did not help out the Wolves here. Now, Grandview did try and stick around here. They did have a big third quarter here, scoring 10 points to try and close that gap, but Arapaho just kind of grinded it out here, made it difficult for Grandview. Caleb Yamas here, 12 carries, 117 yards, and a touchdown, but just no success through the air. 10 of 25, 78 yards, and an interception here for Grandview in a long night here. This Warrior defense doing the most to cause some issues here and kept this rushing attack pretty under control itself here, but definitely through the air. Just got this lead really quickly and just nursed that all the way to a big league win here that'll be huge towards their playoff aspirations. Regis beats Chaparral on Saturday action to kick us off 40-0 here. Chaparral, same story, different day. Tevin Stokes is out for the season, and they just don't have anything really going for them. Meanwhile, Regis, freshman quarterback Luke Rubley here, 15 of 25 and a passing touchdown here. Rushing attack, not really existing here. Less than 70 yards on the day, but still found pay dirt 3 different times here. Rubley finding one of those. And this passing attack did manage to find 10 different receiving targets in a huge day for the Red Raiders here. Now, Fairview wins big 62-0 over Prairie View with a 42-point first quarter here. Nothing too crazy. This team just kind of did whatever they wanted and ran away with it. Legend beats Pine Creek on the road here, 24-7. They take a 10-7 lead in the fourth quarter and then just step on the gas here to close this game out. Riken Banks, huge game, 12 carries, 150 yards, just fed him here and let him cook on a day where he'd also have a receiving touchdown as well. Looks like, I don't know if it's because of injury or because of a start, but looks like Nick Farley here is getting the start under center. 7-11, 189 yards, 2 TDs to 1 pick. Now, on the other side of the ball here, just not a lot of room for Cam Cooper and the Eagles here. 10 of 17, not even 100 yards in this performance here, and throws a pick. Just nothing really going here for Pine Creek here, and they get bullied themselves here, 24-7. Moving along, Eagle Crest wins in their league opener, 54-14 over Smoky Hill. Just scoring relentlessly here. Joe Steiner, 20 of 31, 296 yards, and 5 passing touchdowns, while also getting 2 rushing touchdowns. A 7-touchdown performance for Joe Steiner here. Definitely Playmaker of the Week candidacy here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Little John of Smoky Hill here did what he could. 23 carries, 152 yards, and a touchdown here. Trent trying to keep this team in the game here, but just got a little too out of hand, too fast here. Eagle Crest also has like 5 different players who get a bunch of touchdowns here. Just a big win for Eagle Crest. Now, Columbine does beat Denver East 34-9 in the only way that they know how here, rushing for 400 yards in a big win here. Denver East actually kept it close heading into halftime. It was only 9-3, but then Littleton West here just steps on the gas. Cherry Creek beats Cherokee Trail 45-0. No real big surprises here. Marius Johnson, senior quarterback, gets in for Creek, 4 of 4, 87 yards, and a passing touchdown. Rushing-wise, you have like 7 different ball carriers in this game. Mainly Jaden Fox here, 2 carries, 81 yards, and a touchdown here is something real big to look at. Max Lovett gets a receiving touchdown. Jeremiah Hoffman gets a receiving touchdown. And Elijah Landrum Hamilton all get receiving touchdowns in this really big game. As far as Cherokee Trail goes, Brian Cusack here, 5 receptions, 111 yards, kind of leads the way in the receiving/offensive threat for the Cougars here. And that will do it for my 5A recap here. Stick around, though, as we do have power rankings coming up next. And here we are, long time no here. And this is the power ranking segment. Once again, power rankings are brought to you by Junkyard Training. Junkyard Training is located at 14697 East Easter Avenue, Centennial, Colorado, Suite E, offering speed training, youth sports training, weightlifting, rehab, and recovery. That includes cryotherapy, cupping, recovery boots, and way more here. Visit today or call 303-521-7594. That's 303-521-7594, or go ahead and visit Junkyard Training at 14697 East Easter Avenue in Centennial today here, and go ahead and see the behind the scenes on this sponsor that helps bring us the power rankings here. And yeah, we got some new power rankings for y'all here, as it is going to be me doing this rundown here, and I'm going to actually do it just a little bit differently here, talking about the votes of those who just missed out here and who had those votes here. Flatirons Academy just narrowly missing the cut here. Phoenix voting them as his number 7 squad here, just based off of where he had them last week here. He also had them at 7 because of their 3 straight wins. They did not play this week, but that is no cause to move them, so he did not. Now, somebody who does drop a little bit here, was tied for 5th last week and is now just outside, is Yuma here. Still getting votes for them. I put in a vote for them at number 8. I think that losing to a division rival like that isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world here, but, I think that that loss definitely dropped them in my rankings. I formerly had them at 5 and dropped them down to 8. We will see how they respond and see if that warrants them still getting votes here. You also had Gideon, who voted saying for Yuma at number 9, saying, quote, still came close to beating Burlington. Jonathan Thompson is a special talent, and I think that the Outlaws still have a good shot at playoffs. They do need to play at least most of this league close to benefit from the Burlington effect, though, end quote. So, yeah, Yuma here just on the outside, and who takes their spot in the top 10 who wasn't here last week? Well, none other than Burlington. The Cougars here move up to the number 10 spot here. And running through who voted for them, Coach V has Burlington here at 9, saying, quote, I went back and forth between putting Yuma here, but Wiggins' close loss to Lyman makes it difficult to take them out, so Burlington takes Yuma's spot, end quote. Gideon here also votes for Burlington here, had them at 8, saying, quote, actually good this year. Scout Humrick is continuing to put this team on a good trajectory and edged out a playoff quality Yuma team, end quote. Gino keeps it rolling here, voting Burlington 8 as well, saying, quote, very, very nice win over Yuma. They've had some nice games this season so far and should definitely be in the mix in the spot for a top 8 this week, end quote. And the only voters who did not have Burlington quite yet in the top 10 was myself and Phoenix. Can't speak for Phoenix, but for me, just got to see a little bit more consistency heading through the rest of league to show that this was not a fluke and was in fact a repetitive process. Now, at number 9 in our rankings is Wiggins here. They do drop from tied on the number 7th spot, and here's a few reasons why. Coach V here has them at 10, saying, quote, they shouldn't be outside the top 10 for playing Lyman close, so they are at 10, end quote. Gideon here still has Wiggins at the number 6 spot here, saying, quote, closest that anyone has come to beating Lyman since Holyoke last year. They were a PAT away from overtime here, and the Tigers are dangerous. Also, best wishes to Tyler Dilka here, and we hope that he is all right, end quote. And on behalf of the rest of the pod, definitely want to advocate for players' safety and just health and wellness through the schools. But moving on here, Gino says, quote, for Wiggins, so close to knocking off Lyman, I got to give them the benefit of the doubt here and only drop them 1 spot, end quote. He drops them to number 9, and Phoenix here drops them to 10, saying, quote, no shot, I'm taking that out of the top 10 when they held Lyman to 21 and only lost by 2. This is a good team and one to look out for in 1A, end quote. And I'm kind of in the same boat. I had them at 8 last week. I only dropped them 1 spot here to 9, and that is going to end up being their overall ranking. And I think that the biggest part of that is just that this is a very good Lyman team and one that I still personally have at number 1 here, just because I will let them sit there until somebody knocks them off. And that is exactly what Wiggins almost did here in this very, very close game here. And that is something that they have to play the rest of the season with that same confidence and aggressiveness to be a team to potentially make a deeper run in 1A. At number 8 here, we have Colorado Springs Christian here. I have them at 6 after their 70-point explosion here. And Simon has them at 7, saying, quote, welcome to 1A, Dolores Huerta Parep. end quote. That is a welcome present for sure, courtesy of Colorado Springs Christian. Moving along here, Gideon had them just outside, saying, quote, need to beat a team with more than one win for me to rank them, end quote. Meanwhile, Gino does have them ranked, saying, quote, Yuma and Wiggins lost, so CSCS now slides into my top 6, end quote. And Phoenix had them just outside, but the votes that they did get was still enough to put them at number 8, which does move them up one spot here from last week. At number 7, we have Highland here retaining their same spot here. Coach V had them at 8, saying, quote, this game versus Manual was much more impactful last year, but still a good win to get on the schedule, end quote. Gideon here, our guy up north, says, quote, rematch of last year's league championship and Highland won again. The Huskies are just good, end quote, and had them at 7. Gino here has Highland sneaking into 10 here, saying, quote, they should rise more in the next few weeks because I definitely expect them to win their league, end quote. And we have at number 5 here is where Phoenix has Highland saying, quote, got a good win against Manual to start off conference play and establishing to the rest of the league how big of a threat they are to 1A League 6, end quote. And I have them here, just kept them at my 10 spot here, just because, it is an important win. I just don't know how they will stack up against some of these other top squads. But I agree with the rest of the pod here that this is a playoff caliber team and definitely a league winning contender here for Highland. Now, jumping up from 10 to 6 is none other than Monte Vista here. Simon here, keeping them at 6 from last week, saying, quote, no surprises here. I have them at 7. They just moved up a few spots over the likes of like Yuma and Wiggins, who both slid down just a little bit from last week here. Gideon here has Monte Vista at 10, saying, quote, well, that's one way to bounce back from a loss. Christ on a bike, guys, did you need to hang 80 on them? End quote. Also, these are raw reactions that I have here, reading these rankings and reasonings on the spot. So that is just straight up what he said. No words are being paraphrased here. Gino here does move Monte Vista up from his 9 spot to his 7 spot, saying, quote, blowout win over Center as expected. They should stay up here in the rankings until they have to face Centauri in the last week of the season, end quote. That will be a huge game as far as rankings and playoff implications go. Phoenix here has them at 9, moving into his top 10, saying, quote, put up a 79-0 shutout against Center to start conference play, and their only losses this season have come to 2A team on the road. So, end quote. That is a very good point, as it was Alamosa, and I want to say like Pagosa Springs here for Monte Vista. Those are both tough games. And all of these wins and this 79 points that they scored are enough to put them at 6. Retaining their 5 spot, Buena Vista here. Simon just put, quote, rip Ellicott, end quote. And they are also number 5 here for Gideon, saying, quote, the Demons open league play with a 60-point win against Ellicott, ensuring Ellicott is out of the playoffs for good, end quote. Gino here keeps Buena Vista at 5, saying, quote, 61-point shutout over Ellicott, end quote. And Phoenix here put, quote, they dog-walked Ellicott 61-0 at home. They are 100% legit. Coming off of back-to-back losses to Centauri, then Lyman, this is exactly how you respond as they get a rise in the ranks with a Yuma loss this weekend, end quote. There's not really anything here that the fellas didn't say that I don't, completely agree with. They moved up because of Yuma losing, and I mean, that's one way to get a big win. So Buena Vista had sole possession of the 5 spot. Forge Christian here. Number 4, Coach V just says, quote, won as expected, end quote. Gideon puts, quote, 3 games left, none look particularly hard, end quote. Gino has them at 3, putting, quote, if you ever want a good laugh, just look at Forge Christian's point differential this season. These dudes are insanely good, end quote. Phoenix has them at 4, putting, quote, the Fury remain perfect this season as they get the win at home against Prospect Ridge Academy, end quote. And I just kept them here at 4 myself, and they just keep rolling here. No surprises here as Forge Christian remains here. Centauri, number 3. Coach V just says, quote, took care of business, end quote. And Gideon put, quote, the only good game left is against Monte Vista, and Centauri should end undefeated, end quote. Gino here has them at 4, saying, quote, at this point, anyone in the top 4 can make an argument for the 1 spot in 1A, and Centauri is no exception, end quote. Phoenix says, quote, crush Ignacio at home by 40, without a doubt a top 3 team, end quote. And I completely agree, they just did not move for me. Now, at the 2 spot is going to be Lyman here. Coach V has them at 2, saying, quote, a scare against Wiggins is maybe a sign of the inexperience in this group, but a win is a win. They're only second to Ray, and they'll get a shot at them in 2 weeks, end quote. Gideon actually has a lineman at 3 here, saying, quote, outlasted a Tyler Dilka-less Wiggins, looked mort, but still winning, end quote. Gino here says, quote, avoided crisis against Wiggins to stay undefeated, then get back to 1 in my rankings if they can find a way to beat Ray in a couple weeks, end quote. Phoenix said, quote, unlike Centauri, Lyman played a very good Wiggins team that made the trip all the way to Meeker and came away with the win, so they hosted a very determined team that can get it done on the road and defended home turf. Still a top 2 team in 1A, end quote. And I am the only one that still has Lyman at 1. Like I said, they will remain there until they are proven to not be number 1. But the rest of the fellas here think that the Eagles are number 1 here. Like Coach V said, we will see who the real top dog is here in just a couple of weeks. But Coach V says, quote, Ray continues to roll and play dominant football. These next 4 games will be a tough stretch, but it will be a good prep for the playoffs as any 4-game stretch, end quote. Gideon says, quote, Ray is good, but maybe Holyoke not playing a game for almost a month wasn't a good thing for them, end quote. Gino says, quote, we're all just waiting for October 18th, the game against Lyman. I got chills just thinking about it, end quote. That's a great job from Gino here. And Phoenix says, quote, went into Holyoke's house and got a crucial win against a top team in 1A that legitimizes their number 1 spot, end quote. And I still have Ray at 2. I think that they are probably talent-wise the most talented team on the 1A level here. But I am, just like Gino said, licking my chops here, waiting for that October 18th matchup here. And so, just to go through our top 10 in 1A, that is Ray at 1, Lyman 2, Centauri 3, Forge Christian 4, Buena Vista 5, Monte Vista 6, Highland 7, CSCS 8, Wiggins 9, Burlington 10, and Yuma and Flatirons both getting votes, just narrowly missing, and no more ties on the 1A level. Moving on to 2A here, a couple of teams getting votes but just narrowly missing out. Eaton here getting 2 points. That was from me putting them at the number 9 spot as they just pulled off an upset over University here, 14-7, but they do not quite make it. Woodland Park here gets 3 10-place votes here to put them just outside. Gideon saying, quote, this game against Lamar is going to be cinema, end quote. You also have Gino putting, quote, it's going down next week in their game against Lamar. 2 undefeated surprising teams facing off in what will most likely end up as the Southeast League Championship, end quote. And Phoenix saying, quote, remain undefeated after a win against Banning Lewis and University loss to Eaton gives them the edge here in the final 10 spot, end quote. But they just narrowly don't nab this number 10 spot here, as it is going to go to University here. Coach V having them at 10 saying, quote, I'm going to give them grace and allow them to be in my top 10. Eaton has always had their number, but University shouldn't have lost this game. Fluke games happen. They'll need to move on or risk being unranked next week, end quote. I also have University at 10. I think that their dominance through the rest of the regular season definitely speaks volumes to what I think this team's talent really is. And so I'm going to keep them here in my top 10. So that puts them at 2 points here. And then you have Gino here who has them at 9 saying, quote, Eaton is Eaton, and we all know that you can never get a free win against them no matter what their record is. I expect University to bounce back nicely from this loss, though, end quote. And that's going to be enough to have the Bulldogs retain their spot here in the top 10, but they do fall from 6 all the way to 10 here, and they're on the verge of seeing it from the outside in. Strasburg here, number 9, going to dip a couple of spots here. Coach V saying, quote, they only lost by 2 scores in what seemed like a winnable game throughout most of it. They're a young team, so these type of close games is definitely not the worst thing to happen. It'll make them better for playoffs, but for now, they drop a couple spots, end quote. Gideon has them also here at his 8 spot saying, quote, first loss of the season, but it's not terrible. We need to find out what failed this squad, but not time to hit the panic button yet, end quote. Gino also keeps them at the 8 spots here saying, quote, ouch, everything was going so well for Strasburg, but Elizabeth put a stop to that with a 13-0 shutout. Strasburg will be fine, but the league championship odds are now in serious limbo, end quote. And Phoenix, about his former Crossbridge rival, said, quote, first loss of the season at home against Elizabeth is going to be very humbling for them, especially since they were shut out, end quote. And I knew that Phoenix had to get his shots in there. I actually do end up dropping Strasburg out. It's not a crazy loss, but I really wanted to reward Eaton, who I did have at my top 10 here. And so just wanted to make sure that they retained their spot in my top 10. So, the University holds on to this very last spot because of their dominant wins, but Strasburg definitely not far away from staying in here. Now, one of the biggest tumblers of this past week here, Delta falling from 3 all the way to 8. Let's go ahead and go through reasonings here, starting off with Coach V saying their defense allowed way too many rushing yards for them to justify even coming close to winning this game. They will need to play better than that in order to defend their title. At the same time, it's expected for them to take a step back with all the seniors they lost. It'll be interesting to see how they respond. At number 9 as well for Gideon. Gideon says, got smacked by Basalt for the first time since 2018. That was my freshman year of high school. On the seeding index, Delta is in trouble, and I agree. So that's going to be Gideon's takeaway. Now, not dropping them as far is going to be Gino here, keeping them at 10, 9, 8, 7 here, saying we knew that this was going to be a tough game against Basalt, but I definitely didn't expect them to lose that bad. But that did drop Delta to, like I said, that 10, 9, 8, 7 spot from formerly Gino's 3 spot. Phoenix also drops Delta from 3 down to 8, saying gotta give them a drop after losing a tough conference matchup against Basalt by a 2-score margin. The extra win Elizabeth has gets them the edge over Delta, so just stay tuned for that segment here. But I also have Delta at my 8 spot here. That is just a very disappointing loss. The way that they lost that game means volumes here, and against a team where historically Basalt has struggled in these more important football games here, they were not able to even really hang around all the way through this game here and lost big. So that's why they dropped to my 8 spot here. Now at 7 overall, we have Elizabeth rejoining the top 10 after their brief hiatus that was just the length of last week here. Coach V saying, the win over Strasburg makes it hard to gauge where they're truly at, but this was a win they needed in order to bounce back after that tough one to Pagosa. Now, Gideon here also has them at 7, saying, welcome back, good win for the Cardinals. I'll be interested to see what aspect of the game in which Elizabeth excelled most. First team to make Strasburg look mortal. Now, not putting in the top 10 is Gino here, not quite convinced, but Phoenix putting them at 7, got to give this spot to the Cardinals after going into Strasburg's house and coming away with a shutout win 13-0. A solid bounce back from their loss against Pagosa last week. And I have Elizabeth here, actually here at my number 6 spot here. So a huge jump, but they took Strasburg's place here, and I thought that was only fair after their win. Pagosa Springs, number 6 in our rankings, jumping up from 9 here. Coach V with them at his 6th spot, saying another tough win over Salida slides them up. Gideon says opened up league play with a 2-score win over Salida. Juno has them here at number 5, saying another rising a ton this week after a few top 5 teams lost. The Pirates could realistically stay at this spot for the rest of the year, considering their league isn't super tough. Phoenix here has them at 6, saying good win against Salida and a very impressive record as they continue conference play. And I actually have them at my number 4 spot here for getting some of these close wins against quality opponents over the course of the year. You got to be able to win close games, and Pagosa has shown for the second year in a row that they are more than capable of doing that, and they have a ton of my confidence heading into the rest of the season. At number 5, though, we got Wellington here. Coach V has them at 4, saying they are rightfully being careful with Tanner Gray, and that cost them this game. The rest of the league play will be tough. They are still bigger than the majority of 2A, including Berthoud, so it's definitely a bit of a red flag that they lost. I won't move them super far yet, as I still think they're more stacked than anybody else behind them. Gideon here slides them down to 5, saying almost beat Berthoud even without Tanner Gray. Gino here drops them down to 6, saying keep them at 6 because they probably win that game against Berthoud if they had Tanner Gray. And Phoenix here saying kept it close with Berthoud, sans Tanner Gray, and they lose their second game of the season after pulling out the close win against Timnath last week. Their hopes of winning the league championship is teetering on the edge of a cliff if they don't turn it around next week. I have Wellington here at my 5 spot. I did not move them up or down here, but, a lot of these, all the reasonings talking about Tanner Gray, and this was still a close game, but it is still a loss here, and this would have been a huge statement if they were able to pull off this win over Berthoud here. At number 4, we got Lamar here with 31 total points of votes here, Simon has them at 5, saying, nice 18-point win versus solid La Junta. They continue to roll as they have won 5 in a row and will probably not lose in the league. Lamar is so back. I still have them down here. I might have them a little underrated at 7 here, but just waiting for, I don't know, La Junta is not really a team that impresses me, and I don't know if a ton of these wins really do quite yet here. So that's why I'm going to keep them here. Gideon has Lamar at 4, though, and said drop La Junta like a sack of potatoes. Gino here says Lamar somehow slides into my top 4 this week after several top teams in 2A lost. That Woodland Park game now has some huge ramifications. Phoenix split, they remain undefeated, and with a lot of top teams losing this past weekend, they get a bump in the rankings, especially after their conference win over La Junta, and all of these votes are going to be enough to put the Rolling Thunder at 4. Now, we have a pretty big jump here as we jump to Basalt here with 44 total points here, and it's going to be Coach V saying, quote, a confidence win over Delta will raise them to 3 in my rankings. They needed a tough win like this, and they got it done. Now let's see what happens the rest of the season, end quote. Now, Gideon puts them here at 3, putting the Longhorns' first top 10 win in a long time. Coleridge and Aspen, weirdly enough, are the only tough games left on their schedule. Good win, Basalt. Gino says, that dub over Delta is the biggest regular season win for Basalt in years. Maybe the Longhorns are finally turning the corner to become a real contender? Phoenix here has them at 2, saying they got a key win over a very good Delta team to kick off conference play and did it comfortably. This was likely the 2A West Conference Championship game early in the season, and Basalt got the job done. I had Basalt at 3 here, and their win did put them to number 2 for me. And I've been waiting for Basalt to get a win like this for literally years, and the Longhorns finally did it, and it has me maybe foolishly, but it does establish confidence for me in the Longhorns here in their chances at a state run. Berthoud here, number 2. Coach V says, while they beat Wellington without Tanner Gray, this is still a big win and a step towards them taking their league and securing a playoff spot sooner than later. Gideon says, barely beat a Tanner Gray-less Wellington. With Gray and McLean coming back for the playoffs, I'm not sure Berthoud would win it again, but they did this time, and that keeps them at 2. Gino says, barely beating Wellington, who is without Tanner Gray, is interesting to say the least. We'll see how Berthoud does the next few weeks in their very tough league games. Phoenix says, was able to hold off Wellington at home in a close and low-scoring win to protect their top 3 spot. I still have them at 3. They jumped up over Delta here. Now, I do want to just give some credit where credit is due for Berthoud here, because a lot of this did mention that Tanner Gray was not playing, but a win is a win here, and Berthoud still got it done. This is what I assume going to be a blossoming rivalry with both of these squads up north, and hopefully continuing to compete in a very competitive league heading forward. These two teams, this will probably turn into an instant classic. Now, TCA remains at number 1. Everybody votes number 1. It was a unanimous number 1 here. And, I mean, Gino here has one of my favorite quotes out of anybody saying, TCA's absolute joke of a league schedule started this week with a 74-0 win over Lincoln. The next 4 games are against Alameda, Mitchell, Devlin, and Denver West. I genuinely want to know who put TCA in what has basically become the 2A I-25 league. And, you know, Phoenix mentions the big win. Gideon mentions the big win. This is our only unanimous number 1 spot here through these first 2 segments here on 2A. And that reminds me, the way that this is done, we all rank 1 through 10. It's a point system, most amount of points down to least amount of points. So TCA with 50 points, number 1. Berthoud with 46 at number 2. Basalt with 44 at number 3. Lamar with 31 points is number 4. Wellington with 30 points is 5. Pagosa Springs with 28 points is 6. Elizabeth with 17 is 7. Delta with 14 is 8. Strasburg with 11 is 9. And University with 4 is 10 here. Woodland Park and Eaton just missing out with 3 and 2 points respectively. The higher you are, the more points it's worth. And so 10 points here, complete sweep for TCA. Moving on to 3A here, we are going to talk about, there's a few teams who are just on the outside. Mountain View and Wheat Ridge both getting votes here. Coach V voting for Wheat Ridge at number 10, saying they suffered a tough first loss, but get Green Mountain next week with a chance to redeem. Let's see if they can get back into the right column by beating Green Mountain. And then Mountain View's vote is from Gideon, who had them at 10 last week, and they didn't play, so he did not move them down. But we actually have a tie for 10th place here with Palisade and Pueblo East. I'll start off with Palisade here, who does get a 9th place vote from Phoenix saying, can't count the Bulldogs out yet as they were able to go to Summit and come away with a blowout win as they prepare for Rifle next week at home. And I know that Palisade has kind of been on the edge for a couple of other teams here, for a couple of other voters, but they do sneak in here at 10th. And then Pueblo East here is also going to be tied for 10th here. Now, Gino said, my 10th spot lost so horribly that I had to move someone up, and I chose Pueblo East because they won big last week. I actually did have Pueblo East at number 10 here after, their win last week, and so I'm going to keep them here, and that's enough to keep them at the 10th spot overall and squeeze them into the top 10. Now, here at the number 9 spot is going to be Green Mountain. Coach V said a close loss to Lutheran isn't the worst. With other teams moving, they move up instead of staying in the same spot. Now, Gideon has them at 8 here, saying, I know this team is 500, however, their only losses are to damn good teams and kept it close against Lehigh. This league schedule is looking more difficult every week, so we'll see how they do. Gino has Green Mountain at 9, saying the Rams fall to a very surprising 2-3 on the season after they lost a heartbreaker to Lutheran at home. Phoenix says tough loss to Lutheran, but that shouldn't warrant them being knocked out of the top 10, but they have to be perfect in conference play if they want to stay top 10. I still have them at 9. This is still one of the most talented teams in 3A, in my opinion, on both sides of the ball. They're still strong in the trenches. They still have a great linebacking core, but losing a close one to Lutheran will, just put them in danger here as they do have a losing record here, and they're going to have to lock in if they want to retain their top 10 spot. At number 8, we got Discovery Canyon here. Coach V just has them here, no explanation. Gideon says minimum for the rest of the year is 3-2, but my money is either on 4-1 or 5-0. Gino says did not play. Discovery Canyon did not play here. So not a ton of analysis here, but they do slide up with a couple of other teams losing from 9 to 8. At 7 here, we got Pomona. Coach V saying another big win over Wheat Ridge allows them to continue to climb the rankings. Eventually the question becomes, what is their ceiling? Which I think is a great question here. Gideon says, Big Black with a big win over the Wheat Ridge Farmers. The Farmers were on a roll before this, and I can't wait for the game against Mountain View. Gino says, love what Pomona has got going for them right now. Easily one of the more exciting teams in 3A after their win over 9-ranked Wheat Ridge. Phoenix says, dominated Wheat Ridge at home and are proving to be a team to look out for in 3A. They got a big opportunity to take down Roosevelt next week and get a real shot at entering the top 5. I also have Pomona here. I actually have them at my number 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 spot here after their big win over Wheat Ridge. This team is continuing to impress here and, definitely feel and just look a little bit more natural and comfortable here in this 3A classification. And it's fun having Pomona be a good squad. Shout out my guy Wes over there. Now, Roosevelt is at number 6 here. They will retain their spot here as they did not play. Just to go over who has them where, though, Coach V has them at 5. I have them at 5. Gideon has them at 6. Gino has them at 5. And Phoenix has them at 5 as well. Pueblo Central also did not play, and they will be down at number 5 here. I don't think anyone really has any analysis on this. At number 4, we got Thompson Valley here. They also did not play, but Coach V has them at 6, it looks like. I have them at 7. Gideon has them at 3. Gino has them at 4. And Phoenix has them at 2. And this is just life in 3A here, as just 3 points separate Thompson Valley at 4 and Roosevelt at 6. Windsor here sitting at number 3, did not play. Simon has them at 4. I have them at 3. Gideon has them at 5. Gino has them at 3. And Phoenix has them at 3. So that'll keep them there. Lutheran here at 2 here. Now, we're back to analysis. Coach V saying they battled Green Mountain and got a key win to keep them up here. Lehigh is no stranger to close games and thrive in those situations. They will only get tougher to beat down the stretch of their season. Gideon has them at 2, saying good win over Green Mountain. The Lions are looking good heading into the league. Holy Family is the only tough game left. Gino has said, quote, winning close games over very good teams like Green Mountain is so huge for Lutheran. They won't have a challenging game now until they play Holy Family on October 25th, end quote. And Phoenix has them here at 4. Got the win on the road at Green Mountain despite the close score. I also keep them at my number 2 spot here myself because, this is just Lutheran that we're talking about here. But one of the last undefeateds here remain at number 1 here, retaining their spot from last week. Coach V with Meade ranked at 1. We all have Meade ranked at 1. This is a unanimous number 1 spot. Could says, despite being down 9-0 at halftime, Meade found a way to get it done in the end, winning a close one to a Holy Family team who was sorely looking to bounce back. That is what contenders do. Gideon said, stayed undefeated with a win over the reigning champs. Probably should have beat Holy Family by more, but the Mavs were down 9-0 at halftime, but held on for a 7-point win. Gino put, yeah, I'm not going to lie. That Holy Family game is so concerning for me for a lot of reasons, but I'm going to keep Meade here at 1 for now and see what happens. Gino, with a very interesting takeaway here, both Gideon and Simon talking about the comeback win. Gino more concerned about the quality of opponent here. Phoenix here, transitioning, says, able to go into Holy Family's house and come away with the crucial win to remain undefeated as they enter conference play next week. I do keep Meade here at number 1 as somebody who's attended a Holy Family game. That is kind of a tough environment to play in, honestly. That Holy Family crowd is very involved, and Holy Family is still a solid team with good skill position players at the right spots. So, to run down this list, that puts Meade number 1, Lutheran number 2, Windsor number 3, Thompson Valley number 4, number 5, Pueblo Central, Roosevelt 6, Pomona 7, Discovery Canyon 8, number 9, Green Mountain, and tied for 10th, Pueblo East and Palisade. This is about to get really shaken up as these leagues fire up here. Gotta love 3A football. Best parity in all of Colorado football and best coaching in all of Colorado football. Now, moving on to 4A, something that is sorely lacking some better coaching here. We have 2 teams that are just outside the top 10 in Vista Ridge and Grand Junction. Gino voted that, Vista Ridge here is number 10, and Phoenix voted Grand Junction here number 10, saying it was tough to pick between Grand Junction, Highlands Ranch, and Vista Ridge, but I'm going to give the Tigers the edge based on how they played so far this season, as well as their win this week against conference opponent Gateway. Also, based on the rest of their schedule, I feel like this team has the best chance of winning their league, end quote. Now, moving into our top 10, we got a new squad here to our top 10 here, and that is Durango, also new to 4A. Let's go ahead and look at what they were able to do here. Simon is going to say their 21-6 win over Rampart, along with their blowout win over Grand Junction, has me convinced for now that they should be here over Vista Ridge, who let Liberty score 35 on them. This has always been a good program, and it looks like they are adjusting to 4A slightly. They will have to play Palmer Ridge next at home, but regardless of that outcome, I still think this team is worth the ranking. Gideon here put them at 9, I was right about Durango as they made it a 3-score win over Rampart. Gino says that's 4 straight wins for Durango after starting off 0-2. They are definitely a threat to keep rising with how good they've been playing. Phoenix has them here at 8, actually, saying solid win against Rampart as they've been knocking on the door of the 4A rankings all season since being elevated from 3A and finally got the win they needed to get in. And I just put Durango into my top 10 for the first time. They took Rampart's spot after beating them. Simple as for me. At number 9, we got Highlands Ranch with 9 points here. We got Coach V's vote with them here at 8, saying another quality win here versus Bear Creek extends this winning streak to 6 games. Regardless of how the last 4 games go, they should secure themselves a playoff spot for the first time since 2019. Crew Gehrig is putting together quite the senior year as well with 16 passing touchdowns and no interceptions. They play Ponderosa next in what could be a winnable game, but in an established program, that will pose arguably their biggest threat so far in the season, at least since TJ. We will see how this next test goes. Gideon here has them at 8 as well, saying 5-1, beat a potential playoff team in Bear Creek. The league only gets harder from here. Gino has them just outside here, as does Phoenix. I put them here at number 8. I think that this offense has been insanely explosive here. It's fun to see them moving the football and scoring at such a high rate. I do question the strength of schedule, but at the end of the day, they have only lost 1 game, and I think that if they replayed that Chaparral team at this point in the season, they come away with a win in that and probably should be undefeated right now. Now, at number 8 is Heritage here. Coach V has them at 9, saying a 28-0 win was big for them to get back in the winning column after a tough 2-week skid. It doesn't get easier, though, as they face Dakota Ridge next week. It will be an opportunity for them to rise if they can challenge them and win that, though. Gideon has them at 10. Beat a solid Golden team to open league play. Needed to be within 2 scores of Dakota Ridge to stay here. At 8 is where Gino has Heritage, saying, I had Golden ranked over them last week, and now we all see why that was the dumbest idea of all time. Good for the Eagles taking care of business there. I don't know if it's the dumbest idea of all time here, Gino. So cut yourself some slack. Heritage did come to play, though. And Phoenix saw the vision as well, having them at 9, saying had to prove it to 4A. They are still a top team after getting trounced by Columbine at home last week, which is after getting stomped by Mesa Ridge 2 weeks ago. They get a key win here in a 28-0 shutout win over Golden. I agree here. I think that the statement of the shutout is arguably the most important part of this win over Golden, who I think is going to be a team who probably sneaks into the playoffs here. And so Heritage desperately needed a big win there and trying to pull this season back within grasp. But as Coach V mentioned, this league is not going to make it an easy task. Now, we have a decent jump in points here as Riverdale Ridge is number 7 here. Coach V says they stay right here at 7, and like most teams, don't have many opportunities to move up. Broomfield will be their next direct chance here in a couple weeks. Gideon says the Ravens stay undefeated, but the crash course with Broomfield is going to show if they're contenders or pretenders. Gino said a 49-point shutout over Skyline to stay undefeated. Things won't be hard at all for them until they face Broomfield on October 25th. Phoenix says remain undefeated after shutting out the always defeated Skyline to kick off conference play. It'll be interesting to see how this team pans out in conference play as they sit atop the 4A North 2 league with Broomfield. I also have them here. This is one of the last undefeated teams, but we will see what a real test does to this team. At number 6, all of us voting here for them at number 6 was Broomfield here. Coach V says Longmont was a win they should have gotten. The next most interesting game they have will be Riverdale Ridge in the next couple weeks. That is still a favorable game for them. Other than that, they won't have many, if any, more opportunities to move up within their control until playoffs. Gideon said 60 pieces Longmont. Gino says 59-0 over Longmont is definitely expected, so Broomfield isn't moving anywhere in my rankings this week. Phoenix said took a lot of their anger out on Longmont after the loss to Erie last week by shutting them out 59-0. They are fighting to prove to 4A they are still a top team in the classification. I have them in the same boat here. Look, we all have them at 6. We just got to see them continue to roll, and some of these other teams have faced some other really good talent. Now, spoiler alert, everyone has Palmer Ridge also here at 5. Coach V starts off our logic with a bounce-back win against Air Academy is just what they needed to get rolling again. I don't anticipate them getting challenged like they did against Mesa Ridge into the playoffs, though. As far as ranking go, it'll be difficult for them to move up or down, but in my opinion, this top 6 or so is very similar to each other. They are a team that you do not want to face in the playoffs. Gideon said, good win over a good Air Academy team, good bounce-back win, but Durango is going to be the real test in this league, especially at Durango. Gino put a much-expected bounce-back dub over Air Academy, keeps the Bears in my top 5. Phoenix said after a close loss to Mesa Ridge last week, they were able to get the job done against Air Academy in dominating fashion. Look, Palmer Ridge, they needed to win this game, but I definitely think that what Coach V said about this top 6, which is a mix of Broomfield, Palmer Ridge, and these next 4 teams. I mean, these are the 6 teams that should probably win state. Maybe throw Riverdale Ridge in there, depending on how their game against Broomfield looks. But, I mean, I think it's kind of this group and then everybody else. And speaking of this group, at number 4, we got Mesa Ridge here. Coach V has them at 3, putting the Widefield dub is great, but getting Kobe Dooley back is a gigantic boost for a team that is already stacked with weapons. Their loss to Dakota Ridge really does not look that bad as the season rolls on. Gideon has them at 3, saying, as expected, 1 over Widefield. Kobe Dooley is back, though. Gino has them at 2, saying Kobe Dooley has now been added to an already stacked offense. Going to be so much more fun to see what they do with him now officially back playing games. Phoenix has them at 4, saying this team pretty much did whatever they wanted and put up 60 against Widefield. It'll be really fun to watch them against Pueblo West next week. I also have them at 4. I just can't quite put them over West myself yet, and they did lose to Dakota Ridge, so that is why they are sitting here. But they will have opportunities to me to prove that they should move up. Now, here at 3 is Pueblo West with 41 total points here. Coach V has them at 4. A blowout win versus Doherty is a solid win. They only moved because I wanted to move Dakota Ridge. In all honesty, their game against Mesa Ridge will provide them with an opportunity to continue the climb. Pueblo West here for Gideon is at 4. Blasted a playoff contending Doherty. I wish I was in the Springs for the Pueblo West Montrose game. And he's saying that as in like 4 Pueblo West is hosting. Gino here has them at 4, saying Cyclones stay undefeated and firmly stay in my top 4 after they took care of Doherty. Pueblo West is at 2 for Phoenix, saying this team remains undefeated after taking down a lot of top teams this season as well as blowing out Doherty. They will have their ultimate test next week as they host Mesa Ridge. I also have them at 2. I had them at 2. I'm not going to scoot them down for their big win here, but some movement is probably on the horizon here in the top. And the unanimous number 1 team in 4A here is Montrose here. Coach V saying they stay undefeated with another big win, this time over Falcon. Gideon says continued dominance and win over Falcon. The Red Hawks are looking good. Gino says obliterated Falcon to keep the 1 spot. Phoenix says went into Falcon and showed them what Red Hawks are made of and dominated them by 100% a top 4A team this year, and will be a fun threat in the 4A SoCo League 1 championship race. I also have them at 1. Look, they're still undefeated, and they have just been doing it in a fashion that others just really have not done it in. So, our top 10. Once again, 10 points for number 1, 9 points for 2, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down to 10 here. With 50 points, we got Montrose number 1. With 42 points, we got Dakota Ridge number 2. We got Pueblo West number 3 with 41 points. We got Mesa Ridge with 39 points at number 4. Palmer Ridge at 5 with 30. Broomfield at 6 with 25. Riverdale Ridge at the 7th spot. Heritage at 8. Highlands Ranch 9. Durango at 10. And just outside, Grand Junction and Vista Ridge to wrap up 4A. Now, on to 5A here. My particular area of focus here. And this one is very tight here in basically the 6 through 10 spots here. Just outside is Erie. Gideon giving them a vote at 10, saying, going to use a flyer on Erie. Even though they're a 2-loss team, their only losses are to Ralston and Mountain Vista. Those are not bad losses, and using the transitive effect, they're doing pretty well in comparison to teams like Chatfield and Valor. This team is battle-tested, and a lot of these guys were starters in the championship last year. Not saying they're going to stay here, but I'll give them a shot. Phoenix also has Erie at 10, saying first win in conference play in 5A for the 4A state champs last year in dominating fashion against Rangeview. They do sit at 4-2 with losses to Ralston Valley and Mountain Vista, some top-tier 5A teams. I feel they've done enough to prove they are a top 10 team in 5A with a favorable conference schedule on the horizon. At number 10, to start off our rankings, though, is going to be Chatfield here. Coach V has them at 7, saying, while a 3-point loss to Ralston Valley is not that bad on paper, they had their opportunities to win this game. Lucky for them, they'll get to face Denver East next week, who is also reeling after losing to a Jeffco team. Gideon here dropped them to 8, saying still a very good team, but I think I was right to be worried about Douglas County. Need to see how the Chargers respond to Denver East, but this league schedule only has one guaranteed win. I think he was talking about Ralston Valley, but moving along here, Gino has Chatfield also at 8, saying you knew already that the game against Ralston Valley was going to be a close one, but I definitely expected Chatfield to win. They fall back 3 spots this week after that loss. And Chatfield actually tumbles out of Phoenix's top 10 into the just outside. I have Chatfield here at 7. Look, this team is still talented. It's one of the best coached offenses in all of 5A and in the state, honestly. They are just learning some things. This is a young quarterback here in Cash Williams who is getting some good experience. He still had an okay game, but this secondary against Ralston Valley was just absolutely suffocating for Chatfield. And they're going to need a little bit more balance on offense, and they need these playmakers to get the ball in space, and they need them to make plays here. Chatfield here sitting at 10. Arvada West sitting here at 9. Coach V has them at 5, saying another blowout win as they get some distance between them and that Fairview game. But now they play Columbine next in a much-anticipated game. They allowed 35 to a Fairview team who has decided to emulate the Rebel system. But if they want to move up, they find a way to win right here, right now. Now, Gideon here does not have a West, but Gino does here at 5, saying the Wildcats have bounced all around my rankings this year, but they find themselves in my top 5 for the first time after a couple of teams in front of them lost. Phoenix here has Arvada West at 9, saying Denver East and Chatfield losses give them a boost in the rankings this week. They have consistently been blowing out their opponents in every win they've had this season, including their conference win over Denver South, and their only loss comes to Fairview. I have Arvada West here at 10. That Fairview loss still has a pretty gross taste in my mouth here, but this Arvada West team, theoretically, is one of the most talented teams on paper and in practice in the entire state. At number 8 here, after sitting just outside last week, Ralston Valley moves up to the 8th spot here. Coach V has them at 9, saying a gutsy 15-12 win over Chatfield will move them up a spot. Their defense played well, limiting Chatfield to just barely 100 yards, at least according to their box score as of 10-6, and the offense did what they needed to do to win. This RV team is young, but each tough win like this will only boost their confidence. They go south next week, but then get their 3-game stretch to prove they will be vital to their playoff seeding. Gideon here has Rowson Valley at 7, saying this does create a bit of a gap between 6 to 7, but Rowson beat my previous number 5 in Chatfield. Zeke Andrews maintains his MVP candidate status. So that's MVP watch for Gideon. Gino has Rowson Valley at 9, saying Rowson has been quite surprising this season as they've been great despite losing a ton of talent from last year. That win over Chatfield puts them right back in my top 10. Phoenix says solid outing on the road against Chatfield, almost similar to their matchup against Grandview in terms of score, but they still get the win. I can't put them higher than Valor since they lost to them last week. I have Rowson Valley at 6. Honestly, this close kind of win is the stuff of, confidence building here and just the way that some of the games went this week. I just can't quite put other teams above Rowson Valley, and I do think that Rowson Valley is one of the best coached teams in the entire state, regardless of classification. That's me, Cody Stauffer, on that take. At 7 here, it's going to be Fairview here. Coach V says they move up because Denver East struggled to score against Columbine despite hanging with them until the 3rd. I have them at my 5 spot because they are just dominating here. Gideon has them at 9, still undefeated and still beat Arvada West. Gino has them at 10, saying this would have been Fairview's week to move up, but I'm keeping them at 10 after the way some other games worked out. The Knights should most likely finish the season undefeated. And Phoenix has them at 4, saying I'm fully on board with the Fairview train right now. This is their 4th straight shutout in a row, understandably against some bad or underclass teams. But if that doesn't deserve them the 4th spot this week, I don't know what does, especially with Valor's loss this past weekend. Yeah, I definitely think that this defense is the Knights' strength here, and they just play quote-unquote complementary offense, if you want to call it that. Valor here falls to 6 after being at number 4 last week. Coach V saying they suffered their 2nd worst loss in program history to a Colorado football program and their 3rd worst loss ever. Valor put up a respectable effort in the 2nd to cut in this lead, scoring 21 and a quarter, but the defense allowing 61 points, which is almost as much as the 65 combined points they allowed in the first 5 games of the season, is unacceptable. They should go 4-0 in these next couple of games, and a dominant 4-0 at that. This game should serve as motivation fuel to end the season and maybe into next season as well. Gideon said, on a serious note, the Eagles had 50 hung on them for the first time since 2008, the first mercy rule on them since then as well, and they simply lost to the better team. Gino here has them at 7, saying Valor has lost to a Highlands Ranch team for the first time ever. There's no sugarcoating how massive this loss is for the Highlands Ranch area and for Valor. Phoenix follows up by saying, got blown out of the water on the road against Mountain Vista. That being said, this was a top 3 matchup, and there's going to be a winner or a loser in this one. VC saw some good wins this season, and will have to win out for a chance at a league championship. For me, I definitely think that was their chance. That was probably the league championship. Valor, they drop from my 5 spot to 8. I just think that this is just a tough showing. I mean, this defense was basically treated like a wet paper towel against one of the most steaming hot knives of offenses in the entire Colorado football scene here. And while it is a very good team to lose to, that is not a great way to lose. Valor here at 6. Legend at 5. Coach V has them at 6, saying the Pine Creek game was a classic trap game for them, and it looked like one they were in danger of losing until the 4th. While I don't have faith in this coaching staff, they only move up because other teams lost. They really shouldn't lose any of these last 4 games, and they really shouldn't be that close, but we will see. Gideon has them at 4, saying beat Pine Creek worse than Cherry Creek did with how close they played Columbine, and that being the Titans' only loss, I could see Legend winning out. So Gideon here looking at a couple of different angles here for this 4 spot. Gino has them here at 6. Things have seemed to gotten back in order for the Titans since their loss to Columbine. Beating Pine Creek 2 years in a row is huge for them. Phoenix also has Legend at 6. Beat Pine Creek on the road in what is regarded as a top 10 matchup. With Valor and Chatfield losses, I'm giving them a boost up the ranks. I have them here at 9. I still just don't like this coaching staff. That's me. Okay, moving on to 4 here. Eagle Crest. Coach V says they continue to quietly roll as they start league play from this number 4 spot and back to 10, maybe even further than that if we were looking at the seeding index. A lot of these teams are very similar talent-wise, coaching-wise. Their game against Creek in 2 weeks will be their next opportunity to rise. I also have Eagle Crest at 4, but Gideon here has them at 5, saying Smack Smoky Hill have done well against even Chatfield. Needs to go 3-1 from here, though. Eagle Crest at 4. For Gino saying, this is the Raptors' first time entering my top 5 this season after a couple of teams lost in front of them. And Phoenix has them at 5, saying, good win on the road in dominating fashion against Smoky Hill. I have them here at 4. I've kind of been higher on Eagle Crest. I think that they're talented in every single way. And Joe Steiner is maybe making a believer out of me. Not entirely sure. Don't quote me. Littleton West here at 3 here. Coach V says, while it's a good win against Denver East at this point, unless they win by a margin of 40-plus in each of their games against West, RV, South, and Chatfield, I won't put them over Creek and Vista. It would take one of those two teams losing for them to rise. I have them here at 2. They're still undefeated. Gideon says, still good, but nothing beats that Vista performance. Gino says, they really made Denver East look like nothing. Looks like their dominance is going to carry over into league play. Phoenix says, got a good win on the road against Denver East to remain undefeated thus far. League might not be a problem for them if they keep up the momentum. All right, Mountain Vista number 2. Coach V says, quote, a historical win for them may have secured the number 2 spot in these rankings until the regular season ends, barring any massive upsets to Thunder Ridge, Freedom Monument, Rock Canyon, and Castleview. This offense went supernova in what may be the greatest offensive performance by a quarterback in Colorado football history. Their offense scored more points against defense that held teams to an average of 9.6 points leading up to this game. That's a defense that averaged that against at least 3 playoff teams, and one of those teams is currently in my top 10. If this said anything, it shows that this offense can and will outduel any other offense in the state. Defensively, though, they made a statement. They had held Valor to 0 in 3 quarters. This defensive front did not back down from what is basically a D1 Power 5 offensive line, and they shut down the Valor run, only allowing Olk to scramble. The secondary also played lights out for MV. This MV team made a statement, and it's heard, but they will need to play out this regular season and then bring this same energy to the playoffs for them to accomplish what they have been building towards for the last 4 years. Gideon said, Mountain Vista, I don't even have words for how cracked this team is. The consensus among players I've spoken to is that it's either Vista or Creek. Gino said, Vista came out and played their best football of the season to completely dismantle an undefeated and very talented Valor squad. This is a team that can win state just off their offensive firepower alone. Phoenix said, they didn't just beat Valor, they absolutely curb-stomped them 62-21. What a win for this team, and they are without a doubt a top 2 team in 5A this year. Oh my God, the curb stomp. I still have Mountain Vista 3. Y'all know me. It's pretty hard for me to move down a team unless they lose here. But I do want to say, listen to my season preview where I said that they could go undefeated here. And the fellas at the podcast, they were giving me a little bit of a hard time. So Golden Eagles, I got you. And, it was pointed out to me by Simon that, he attended that game on Friday night with Mason. And we actually saw the beginning of what this team was building back during Austin's freshman year. We went to an Arapahoe Mountain Vista game where Mountain Vista actually got an upset in Arapahoe's house here. And so to see where they started and see where they are now, Mason got to attend that game. And things are kind of coming full circle here in what has been a very fun team to cover and watch. And Austin Madreski here trying to become one of the best, if not record-wise, the best quarterback in Colorado football history. Now, at 1, Cherry Creek. 7 put, despite a massive Mountain Vista win, I will keep Creek at 1 until they lose. They had a scare against Pine Creek last week, but bounced back with a blowout win over CT. They really shouldn't lose any of these games ahead of them. At this point, they cannot afford to get comfortable, though. Arapahoe and Eagle Crest will both be trap games, and they'll need to stay sharp in order to beat them by the desired amount. At this point, their number 1 ranking could be in jeopardy seating index-wise with the quality of opponents ahead of them and other teams ranked just behind them. Gideon said, demolish a talented Cherokee Trail squad. Gino said the top dogs start off league play with a 45-point shutout win against Cherokee Trail. That'll definitely keep them at the 1 spot. Phoenix said shutout Cherokee Trail 45-0 to establish themselves as a top team in 5A. I have them at 1 as well here. I mean, that out-of-state win against Highland Park is still going to be one of the most quintessential Colorado wins of this entire decade that makes other states take us seriously. So, rolling down from 1 down to 10, we got Cherry Creek number 1, Mountain Vista 2, Gullen by 3, Eagle Crest 4, Legend 5, Valor 6, Fairview 7, Ralston Valley 8, Arvada West 9, Chatfield 10, and Erie just outside. So, once again, to run through our power rankings that are brought to you by Junkyard Training, located at 14697 East Easter Avenue, Centennial, Colorado, Suite E. That is on the 1A level from 1 to 10 in descending order for all of these. Ray, Lyman, Centauri, Forge Christian, Buena Vista, Monte Vista, Highland, CSCS, Wiggins, and Burlington. TCA, Berthoud, Basalt, Lamar, Wellington, Pagosa Springs, Elizabeth, Delta, Strasburg University, Meade, Lutheran, Windsor, Thompson Valley, Pueblo Central, Roosevelt, Pomona, Discovery Canyon, Green Mountain, Pueblo East, Palisade in 3A, 4A, Montrose, Dakota Ridge, Pueblo West, Mesa Ridge, Palmer Ridge, Broomfield, Riverdale Ridge, Heritage, Highlands Ranch, Durango. And 5A, Cherry Creek, Mountain Vista, Columbine, Eagle Crest, Legend, Valor, Fairview, Rowson Valley, Arvada West, and Chatfield. And moving on to our next segment here, it's going to be Playmakers of the Week, brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Visit CodeRedCoaching.com, where the grind to greatness starts with the mind. Go ahead and get in contact with my guy, Cody Rosenthal. Visit the website or email rosecj.6599@gmail.com. So that way you could be as mentally sharp as our Playmakers of the Week here. And so we're going to start off here with the candidates on all of them here. One of the first candidates here is going to be Noah Martin of Peyton here. 10 of 14, 134 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, and then 11 carries for 84 yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, along with 2 interceptions and a forced fumble on defense in Peyton's win. Demetrius Martinez here of Jefferson makes an appearance here. 18 of 22, 301 passing yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 14 carries, 154 yards, and a rushing touchdown, along with 16 tackles and an interception in Jefferson's win over Pinnacle. Casey Midcap, 4 of 5, 106 yards, 3 touchdowns, 6 carries, 74 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns in Ray's big win over Holyoke. And Mikey Broick here, 4 receptions, 47 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns, along with an 81-yard punt return for a touchdown in Colorado Springs Christian's big win. On the 2A level, Mateo Pizarro of Woodland Park gets a mention here. 11 tackles, 4 for loss, 2 sacks in a blowout win over Banning Lewis. Jackson Pizanka, I want to say is how you say that, of Res Christian. 3 of 6 passing, 77 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, along with 152 rushing yards on 10 carries and 4 rushing touchdowns, 5 tackles, and 2 for loss in a blowout win over Valley. Noah Howard of Florence, 8 of 13, 142 yards, 120 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown, 24 receiving yards, 1 tackle, 1 pass deflection, 55 punt yards, 94 punt return yards, and a long of an 85-yard punt return touchdown, and 2 passing conversions in a 16-0 win over Manitou. Grayson Eisenhart of Coleridge, 23 tackles in first win over Moffat County in the Max Preps era since 2007. Will Tarallo of Basalt, 194 rush yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 tackles, 1 interception for 13 yards, 1 pass deflection, 15 punt return yards in their first win over Delta since 2018. On the 3A level here, Coach V with a couple of them. Mason Markovich being 1, 20 carries, 209 yards, 5 rushing touchdowns, 10 tackles, 4 for loss in their win over Conifer. Ryan St. Aubin here of Meade, the junior, 25 carries, 109 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns in the 22-15 comeback win over Holy Family. Emmett Munson of Pomona, 7 carries, 148 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown, 3 receptions, 53 yards in a 49-13 win over Wheat Ridge. On the 4A level here, Gino with the nominees of Gavin Ishmael here. Frederick, 16 of 25, 274 yards, 2 touchdowns, 141 yards, and 3 touchdowns on 10 carries. So a 5-touchdown performance in their win over Loveland. Elijah Brothers over at Sand Creek here. 5 total touchdowns, 119 yards, and 3 touchdowns on 5 receptions, along with a 79-yard kick return touchdown and a 62-yard punt return touchdown in their win over Thornton. Jaden Pohia here of Highlands Ranch, 7 receptions for 110 yards and 2 picks on defense in their win over Bear Creek. Luke Bakken here of Highlands Ranch also squeezing in 10 tackles, 2 defensive touchdowns, 44-yard pick 6, and a return fumble for a touchdown, 92 yards on 15 carries in their win over Bear Creek. Now, I know my candidacy list is going to be long here in 5A, but there were some crazy performances here. Joe Steiner, 5 passing touchdowns, 20 of 31, 296 yards. Legend here, Riken Banks, 12 carries, 150 yards, rushing touchdown, along with 3 receptions for 41 yards and a receiving touchdown as well. We got Mountain Vista's very own Austin Madreski, 22, 25, 425, 5 touchdowns, and then a rushing touchdown as well. Fossil Ridge, got to shout out my receivers here who put up hat tricks this week. Marcus Mosier, 9 receptions, 168 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns. Andrew Smart of my alma mater for the second year in a row, 11 receptions, 162 yards, and 3 receiving touchdowns here. Zeke Andrews in that close win over Chatfield, 11 carries, 77 yards, and 2 touchdowns while going 18 of 23 for 177 yards. Mason Kiewit here, a 4 passing touchdown performance, as well as 280 yards to boot. Now, let's go ahead and crown some winners here. Look, on the 5A level, you got to listen to Simon's segment here. As much as I would love to be biased for my receivers here, you just cannot argue with Austin Madreski's performance in Mountain Vista's first ever program win over Valor Christian High School. Austin Madreski almost perfect here, throwing more touchdowns than incompletions, 22 of 25, 425 yards. That's an 88% completion percentage. That's 19.3 yards per throw, 5 touchdowns. He's throwing a touchdown pass every 5 attempts, a long of 87. Every single kind of throw you could possibly want was in this performance. Watch the Tik Tok with the highlights. He's got the timing. He's got the velocity. He's got the arm power. He's got the accuracy. Not much more you could ask for him. And on the ground, 3 carries for 30 yards and a score as well. A 6-touchdown performance for Austin Madreski in Mountain Vista's first ever win over Valor Christian High School, and the first ever win by a Highlands Ranch High School over Valor Christian in Valor Christian school history. This is historic. Austin Madreski record watch down the stretch of the season. Now, in the 4A classification here, Gino is going to crown Gavin Ishmael here, his second Playmaker of the Week title here in this 5-touchdown performance over Loveland here. 16 of 25, 274 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and then averaging 14 yards per carry and scoring every third time he ran the football is going to do it for that Playmaker of the Week crown. I'm going to actually do a sandwich here and jump to Phoenix on the 1A level and talk about his choice. Noah Martin here, 5 total touchdowns was a very important part of his decision. You could listen to his 1A recap for the full explanation, but the 3 forced turnovers on defense, along with his 5 touchdowns, show the two-way versatility that Phoenix loves to see and what we love to see here in our Playmakers of the Week. Gideon is going to crown Will Tarallo here of Basalt as his Playmaker of the Week. 194 rushing yards, 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 tackles, and a pick, along with a pass deflection here. First win over Delta since 2018 and first win over a top 10 opponent in almost the same amount of time. Tarallo's performance was integral to Basalt finally kind of getting this monkey off their back here and getting a dub over Delta. On the 3A level here to bring us home, Coach V has selected Mason Markovich of Glenwood Springs, 209 rushing yards on 20 carries, 5 rushing touchdowns, and as well proving he is still one of the best linebackers in the state, 10 tackles, and 4 of those for loss in the 39-14 win over Conifer, a big win for them to keep climbing the potential playoff ranks. So, running through it here in reverse order, our Playmakers of the Week, once again brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Visit coderedcoaching.com or email rosecj.6599@gmail.com, is Mason Markovich of Glenwood Springs, Will Tarallo of Basalt, Noah Martin of Peyton, Gavin Ishmael of Frederick, and Austin Madreski of Mountain Vista High School. Those are our Playmakers of the Week, once again brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Visit coderedcoaching.com, where the grind to greatness starts with the mind. Woo! And with almost no oxygen to spare, that is going to do it for us here at the Playmakers Corner podcast. Be sure to stay tuned for all of our content on social media, whether that's at Playmaker Corner on Twitter/X, Playmakers Corner on TikTok, where we have some great highlights for you. Stay tuned for that. We are also on Instagram at Playmakers Corner and Facebook Playmakers Corner, where we will post our episode covers here as we release Tackle Football Tuesdays and then Girls Flag Football on Wednesday. So stay tuned for that episode coming out tomorrow as well as things start to heat up in the playoff race for both Tackle and Girls Flag. Tons of great content coming to you through those platforms. And all of these episodes can be found on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or YouTube as well, where we upload that. If you're on any of those platforms, make sure that you are following our podcast and you have notifications turned on in your phone settings so that you know whenever we have an episode ready to go. I have been your showrunner and clinical yapper for the past 2 hours of this episode, and I was joined by Gideon Egner, Phoenix Barons, Coach V, and Gino V. Hill on this episode of Playmakers Corner. Signing off.